Yo, yo, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Give me about 1 minute. The media workout is going on right now, so I'm just giving it a little second for you guys to come in. We're gonna commentate together. We're gonna have a little fun. We're gonna look at old Iron Mike Tyson versus the young influencer Jake Paul. See how they look hitting pads. See if a little preview to see if they look good. I mean, you never know, right? What's up, Pat? What's up, man? Like I said, give me like 1 more minute. We're gonna call the open media workout out in Texas for the big Jake Paul Mike Tyson. Friday, November 15th, live at the Toyota Music Factory in Irving, Texas, on Netflix. Tell me what you guys think, man. Nobody wants to fight, right? But they gonna watch it. Alright. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. What's up, what's up, what's up, everybody? What up, Pat? What's up, man? I just had to play that Balrog from Street Fighter. You know what I mean? The one that's not Mike Tyson, but that's Mike Tyson, right? So I have the MVP Open Media Workout, and I'm pretty much going to just dissect everything that I see for this event, right? Would you call this a big boxing fight? I think you would have to, right? So right now, what I'm going to give you guys is my ultimate honest opinion of probably the biggest boxing event of the whole entire year. As crazy as that sounds, Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson is going to go down in the history books as one of the most iconic influence boxing events of all time. So I'm going to jump right into it. I'm going to turn this music off. We got Lucas Baldy, who is the guy that knocked out Ashton Silve in the ring. He's pretty much going to do a little quick interview. The place is full of like a whole bunch of diehard Mike Tyson fans, I think. It looks like it's kind of in this like little red shade room. Lucas Baldy is doing his interview within the ring. But overall, I think this is probably going to be just like a little simple media workout where they traditionally don't show all their little tricks. They might get some gloves on, do a little couple some pad work. Knowing Jake Paul, he probably comes in here with like a helicopter or like a horse or something absolutely crazy. So we'll see what type of entrance he brings in. So, but this is just one of those unique situations in the world of boxing. Makes you wonder, how did we get here? Now, the workout that I'm probably going to be really most interested, actually, is going to be Katie Taylor, Amanda Serrano. I think Katie Taylor will actually do a workout and kind of actually show her kind of traditional boxing movement and kind of do the Lomachenko when she puts the tennis ball on top of her head and things like that. So, but let me see you. Gotta make sure my chat is working right here. Let me get this going right here. Refresh. Alright. Let me refresh this joint right there. Alright. Alright, perfect. I got Pat up right there. Everything's all good. Alright, nice, nice, nice. Alright, so right now we got Shadasia Green coming in the ring. Shadasia is pretty much supposed to be the one that was supposed to rival and challenge Clarissa Shields. Came up a little bit short when she fought Franchon Cruz. That's right. And you know, she got an opportunity to fight for a world championship fight right here on this card. You know, Jake Paul always got a hookup. And right now, I sound extra fruity. Damn, Teddy. That's what we on, man. We throwing shots. I appreciate it, man. You got a little cat in there. But as of right now, I see Shadasia just hitting a couple 1-2s. Hopefully she's made some improvement from her previous fight. She's kind of showing some of the goods already right now. Kind of showing a lot of inside tight hooks. Pretty much her last fight, she just pretty much just got outgunned. So I'm expecting a totally different pace in this fight, because to be honest, even though that she lost her last fight, I think she can get herself a Clarissa Shields fight if she does her bounce back. You know, get some couple wins, gets Jake Paul talking again a little bit. She's doing a little bit of the Floyd Mayweather. Hopefully she brings more than that. But she's doing the kind of the fast pad work. I don't think I've ever seen her do that before. The 100-hit combos where she's just like, on her coach's hoodie. I'm curious what his coach's hoodie says. It says, good things happen to those who work hard. Pretty cliche. Pretty simple. I wonder if this is the same corner that she's been working with. She's still doing the Floyd Mayweather pad work. I mean, it looks cool for media workouts. I get it. I'm sure a lot of people who don't know boxing might look into this and think that she's putting in a lot of work. But, you know, us boxing fans, we know that it's more for show. It doesn't really actually, you know, I believe, as always, Floyd and Roger did it with a purpose. You know, they had a system. So, you know, they didn't just do it just to do it. But we'll see. You know, she's coming off her first loss. Damn, same sentiment, Sam. What do you want me to do? What you want me to be like extremely bravado, Sam? We talking about Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson. Is this the fight that you want to see? Clearly you want to come in here and see some of that great work. Yeah, from pretty much this Shadasia Green media workout, I hope she shows a little bit more than just all this fancy pad work. Honestly, I think she'll be fine. If she loses this fight, then she's pretty much done. Yeah, pretty much that's it. So these media workouts are just pretty much just short kind of glimpses, just to kind of get the media to take pictures and get some videos just to throw up. But I've never been super a fan of them if they just do some sort of fake little pad work. I always like the media workouts where they like actually drill bag works and you can actually see them fully push themselves. But you know, nowadays people don't really want to do that. They don't want to burn themselves out or even show all their little tricks of the trade. So let's see. So pretty much they've done Bruce Carrington, they did Lucas Baldy, and then Shadasia Green. So I wonder what room they put this. They got Netflix all over the place. In the ring, on the wall. It's kind of weird seeing Netflix getting into boxing. I mean, I guess it's Mike Tyson, so, you know, they have to. So as of right now, she's doing her interview in the ring, and it seems like pretty much. What up, Great Gambino? What's going on, man? How's your day going, man? We watching the Jake Paul Mike Tyson media workout right now. We got Shadasia Green. She's in the ring doing her interview. So far I got to see Bruce Carrington a little bit. He looked probably pretty hype. Lucas Baldy, Shadasia Green. We're gonna get ready to go to the main card. So I'm really actually very interested to see not just Mike Tyson's physique, but like they've done all these online workouts and clips of him hitting the bag, but it's all cut up and edited. So I actually really want to see if Mike's actually going to work out, because personally, if Mike looks slow as shit, then you already know like it's about to be bad Friday. Ready for the fight Friday? Who you got? Who you got? Great. I mean, Mike's old, bro. Mike's old, and I'm not saying that he won't whoop my ass and won't whoop your ass, but yeah, Mike Tyson was born in 1966. He's 58, man. 58 years old, bro. I just, it's still Mike Tyson. There was a Roy Jones interview. Pretty much, he was saying that he was quite surprised that yo, Sam, I'll give you a prediction, man. But why all the hate? What's going on? What's going on, Sam? Final prediction, pretty much I got Jake Paul, unless it's a rigged fight. Is leaning all the way Jake Paul. See, I can't pick, the fight's rigged. I mean, it'd be really hard for me to imagine Mike Tyson actually taking a full-on fledged fight at this age, unless he really thinks he can actually do it, right? Like the Roy Jones fight was an exhibition that ended in a draw. You get what I'm saying? So, you think Mike Tyson wants to go from Roy Jones, an actual fighter, and then go into Jake Paul and treat that fight like an exhibition and this one a real fight? I guess he probably thinks like, hey, it's just a YouTuber, but nah, man, we'll see. We'll find out real quick if it's a setup or not. But can you even prop bet on this? Jake Paul, Mike Tyson, betting. It will be entertaining. Look, we're not looking forward to this fight. We're not like, oh, okay, this is the fight we asked for. But everybody's gonna watch it. Like everybody's gonna watch the fight. So that's why we're here. As much as boxing hardcore as we are, it's a little degeneracy in us too that just kind of just curious, right? That's why we watch fights like this. Like, really, Mike Tyson? But I'll have to give it to Jake, man. Jake Paul, if it was an actual fight, not because of skill for skill, but man, Mike's 58, man. It's an old dude. They put Niraj Goya on the main card. And I'm really curious why. Does he have like a crazy following? Mike looks good, not gonna lie. All boils down to if Mike can take Jake's power. We all saw how Holyfield got KO'd to the MMA fighter a while back. Didn't even look like a hard punch either. Yeah, you raise a really great point. That was another fight that I was just like, dude, like I ain't gonna lie. I was kind of like, fuck, dude. Like, he was supposed to fight. Holyfield was supposed to fight. No. It was supposed to be Vitor Belfort versus De La Hoya. That was actually supposed to be De La Hoya Samson. But he pulled out because I think he had COVID. So they just strangely placed Evander Holyfield as a last minute replacement, when Holyfield was clearly asking to do an exhibition with Mike Tyson, not Vitor Belfort, the MMA fighter who failed a drug test. So, yeah, that shit was bad. I ain't gonna lie. So, if Holyfield looked like that, it's a high chance that Mike Tyson can look like that. This is a circus show. Like, I'm being 100%. So, but we do have some workout footage. So, I'm gonna post some of that up. But what up, Gus? What's up, Gus? I didn't even realize. But his hands still work. His feet gotta work too, man. His feet got to work. You got Mike. To be honest, if Mike Tyson actually could pull it off, right? Like, think about it. If Mike Tyson can actually pull off the ability to knock out one of the most disliked people in boxing, he will look like an actual hero in this modern era. Like, I think people will appreciate Mike Tyson more than just the fact that he was a great boxer of him growing up, but just the fact that he actually did it. He knocked out Jake Paul, the one thing that everybody wants to see. If Mike Tyson can do that, I think he will actually get praise beyond more. If Mike Tyson loses, I'll cry. I think a lot of people are going to cry. Let me see. Yeah, Shushu is on the prelims. That's pretty whack. Like, hold on. There's music playing, some 50 Cent, so I gotta turn this shit down. Yeah. So Shushu did his he was the first guy doing the first person did their media workout. So since we are a boxing channel, right? I am actually going to assess Shushu because he is actually, in my opinion, one of the top contenders now. I'm going to say contenders that's on the rise. So he came in, he looked extremely on weight, happy. I know that his last fight, a lot of people didn't really necessarily felt that, you know, it was an easy fight for him. But as of right here, you can see that he's been very tight in his shot selections. I think he's been extremely motivated. He has a chip on his shoulder, light on his toe. So I think we're going to see a Shushu, not saying that he took things for granted, but, you know, a more fine-tuned, more focused Shushu. Been always kind of like a come forward fighter in his last couple fights, looking for the knockouts, but I think we'll start to peel back and start seeing him box a little bit more. You know, light on his toes. What up, Boxio? What's up, man? You got Mike Tyson to win? Nah, man. I got Jake Paul, man. I'm one of those. Look, I picked Jake Paul in every single fight, including Tommy Fury. He should have won against Tommy Fury, but either or. He's knocked out everybody, dropped everybody that I thought he would. And now he's actually has to fight an actual boxer, but is it a no knockout clause? Nah, I haven't heard anything about that light skin. Don't let Keyshawn Davis find out that you light skin in here, man. You know, Keyshawn been looking for light skin, is what he says. Mike is looking huge. Jake Paul had to actually put on weight. So, Sally, the fight on Friday will be on Netflix, bro. Like, if you ain't got Netflix, then I don't know what to tell you. Anyone would cook Shushu. I think I would have to favor Inoue, you know, and you know, I actually have a genuine relationship with Shushu, and I think Shushu knows, like, in his mind, that everyone would favor Inoue. It's just one of those things that he would want to face him and test himself. But Inoue would have to move up in weight. But Inoue is just extremely patient, fine-tuned, powerful. I mean, that dude's a beast. So I wouldn't even want to rush that fight. So I would say Shushu needs to, once again, just like Keyshawn, just get a title, work through that position, and then you can start looking into fighting like some of the top guys in boxing. Trolling on another level. Put him in the ring with Bivol. Now we can talk. Man, Jake Paul will never fight Bivol. Come on, man. Jake is a kid. He doesn't know how to box. He messed with the wrong person. I would say, like, I can't say he doesn't know how to box. I would say, like, he's a guy who isn't, like, an elite amateur boxing fighter, but for the average person, yeah, he can box. So, speaking on rigged fights, did you think the Floyd versus Tension fight was rigged? The way he flopped over the place was so exaggerated. I've never seen anyone do that. A lot of people thought he took a dive. I wouldn't be opposed to it, but, you know, it is what it is, right? It's one, do you actually think he would have beaten Floyd if they actually did fight, right? If that was considered a fight. Two, the flopping was crazy. Like, I don't know what the hell that was about. But regardless, it elevated tensions career. I mean, Tension's actually a boxer now. Tension is like a world-renowned fighter, so it benefited for him. So everyone got to win, at the expense of Tension losing. But I wouldn't be surprised, you know. But even if that exaggerated fall was like real, like that's a one of a kind. That's a one of a kind. Jake can fight Boots or Terrence. To be honest, Jake is a big ass dude, man. Like, I mean, we've seen Floyd demolish Logan, so I think it would be something like that. I mean, Logan was pretty fucking big, so, but Jake ain't gonna fight any of these dudes, bro. You will regret to choose Jake. I've been right 95% of the time with Jake Paul. Yeah, so, but yeah, pretty much what I just showed you is you guys see right here. This is just kind of like what a typical media workout. It's not a lot. It's some shadow boxing, some pad work. It's really hard to tell like what they're gonna bring. So this is what they're gonna probably show as Jake Paul and Mike Tyson. Like, I hope we get to see Mike Tyson move, because all those clips, all like bundled up, makes him look fast as hell. So we'll actually get to see if he's actually quick or if he's just edited to look fast as hell. So, and we all seen Jake Paul do multiple media workouts, but he put on some weight, so he might be a little bit more sluggish, maybe. So, Jake needs to fight a real fighter, a boxer. I mean, he did. He fought Tommy Fury and fell up short. That was supposed to be his first like boxing test. A guy who's kind of like on his level, and that guy who is not that good of a boxer beat him by the skin of his teeth. So that kind of lets me know like at the level that Jake Paul is as a professional boxer. So he's pretty much a glorified prospect. That's pretty much what Jake Paul is. He's a glorified prospect that gets to fight marquee names that are fighters from another sport or just extremely past their prime. So, but yeah, Shushu on the undercard, on the prelims, like why even fight? Like I get it. Like you still get to fight on a Mike Tyson card and things like that, but really like I don't understand why Netflix just didn't put the whole card. They put 3 fights on YouTube. Like they put 3 fights on YouTube, so you might as well just put the whole thing on there. Gene, yo hype, I'm a boxing coach myself from Palm Beach and country in Florida. Word? That's what's up. When we do these live call-in shows coming up, jump on, Gene. I'll bring you up. We'll get the chat. You can give us your expertise and we'll do that, man. Last chance, why watch this when you can watch the real thing? See, you don't get the awesomeness of the commentary and the insight of a person who's been to all these Jake Paul stuff. Like, to be honest, Lance, I get what you're saying. You could watch it, but the whole goal is to watch it with the ability to just chat. You know what I mean? We're just kicking it. Because I already know what it's like to be at these things. Like, they pretty much line the media up. They bring us in. They have kind of like a big glorified group of Jake Paul fans everywhere. It's always been that. And it seems slowly but surely that crowd is actually becoming a pro Mike Tyson crowd is what I'm hearing. And yeah, I can tell you this. Expect Jake Paul to come out and do something stupid and goofy as an entrance. And, we'll be showing you right after that what Netflix has allowed us is the audio of the scrums. So, but, shit. Give me 1 second. Let's see. I feel sorry for anybody buying the fight. The fight's on Netflix, so you ain't gotta buy it. You just gotta have Netflix. What's it say? Now he needs to learn the basic. He does. Jake Paul, like I said, Jake Paul is a glorified prospect, like nothing more. Like if he didn't have the name Jake Paul and he wasn't fighting marquee names of fighters that are past their prime and things like that, then essentially he would just be a club fighter. But remember, once again, those club fighters are guys who are learning how to box fundamentally, and they're trying to get better. So, because Netflix don't care about boxing, yeah, they're just trying to make money, and that's pretty much what they're all in for. So, he made a big mistake trying to copy pro fighter style. I mean, I'll be honest, Tommy Fury's pretty bad as a boxer, and it's compared to like all the other cruiserweights. So, Jake Paul and Tommy Fury was an equally matched fight. That was two glorified prospects. So, what up, Southpaw? What's up, man? What's going on, man? How'd your streams go, man? You get some good stuff this week? I know there's a lot of topics, man. I'll have to peep some of your stuff. Why nobody like the other dude with Nipsey? You oh man, hey, it's everyone's family over here. You know, it's everyone's family over here. Everyone's family. Why you cap on Tio and Devin? What you mean? What you mean cap on Tio and Devin? Did you not see what Tio said today? Did you not see what Tio said, Rich? Tio said, I don't know what negotiations you talking about. There's no negotiations. There's nothing going on with this. There's no negotiation going on. So, I mean, if you saying that's cap, I mean, you heard it from Tio's mouth. He said it ain't going through. He said, I don't know what you talking about. That Devin shit is not real. So it's not on me. That's on Tio. Tio said it's not real. So I don't know who went to Forbes. I don't know if that was the Haneys going over there saying it. I don't know if that was something of a source. But yeah, we got that video up, Rich. So Jake needs to learn the basic instead of copy pro's fighter style. It's not natural because his body has to match the style. I mean, like I said, he just started boxing for like 4 years ago, so he's gonna be green. Like unless he has natural ability. I mean, like Southpaw says, I know an 18-year-old Golden Glove champ who would step on Jake. Facts, Southpaw, facts. But you know, at the end of the day, like we're comparing a Golden Glove to like, you know, a guy who has resources to spend all his time to try to learn how to box, and at the level we've seen, he's good enough to beat MMA fighters, but fell short of a prospect level cruiserweight. So, and then right after that, he went and fought, you know, like an old Golden Gloves fighter who's super old, and then afterwards, I think he had 2 fights. Now he's fighting a 58-year-old Mike Tyson. So, you know, I think there's people you probably know out in Chicago who aren't even Golden Gloves that could beat Jake. So, all right, this is Elder Beast. I'm still watching though. Everyone's gonna watch. It's one of those awkward things that unfortunately you can't turn away. Who's this in the ring? I still don't understand why I didn't just put Lucas Baldi and Shushu. Like, I'd rather just have that on the main card. But I get it. I guess these are some fighters that Jake Paul has signed. So he wants to give them exposure as a promoter. If I trained him, I would fix that jab. It's sloppy. He drops it and has a lot of bad habits. He does try to rely on his athleticism. He does get tired, so it's definitely one of those like. So this is Niraj Goyat. Okay. Yeah, this is the guy from India who I think fought. Who did he fight? Box, right. He had a fight against Jose Zepeda and lost. He lost to Zepeda and then became a YouTube influence fighter. Interesting. I'd rather have Shushu on the card. Yes. I would rather have Shushu on the card. But anyways, the card starts on Friday. I think somewhere like 6 or 7 Eastern on the main card. Jake needs to work on his footwork. Nah, bro. I had kids that trained in 6 months and they would wash him. I mean, look, there's some people that have natural ability, right? and maybe his coach. I mean, mm, I don't know. Some people just Gene, come on, Gene. Like you saying, being a coach is a sacrifice. I had six kids. They all quit because they got beat up in the first sparring match. Some of them were smoking and getting gassed out, and the others drinking and partying. I'll say this about Jake. I'll give this to Jake. Right? There's a lot of dudes that go online and they talk. All right. Jake at least gets in the gym. He spars. He spars people. He practices crafts the best of his ability. And that best of ability is at a level of beating older former world champions in MMA. And that's warranted of like decent of a guy who just started boxing. And you gotta understand, kids can pick up faster, right? And maybe you're a lot more patient. Maybe you need to get with Jake Paul, bro, and get the bag. So, but right now I'm seeing some pad work from Goyat, and I'm gonna be honest, he looks flabby. Like he looks kind of out of shape. Kind of looks like he's just here at a catch weight. Kind of wish this was not on the main card. Kind of doing some head movement. Man, this is the one fight on the main card that honestly is not a boxing match that I'm interested in. Like, you got a prelims of Shadasia Green, Lucas Baldi. He's jumping around in the ring all hype, dancing around. He must be like a really big YouTube influencer at this point, because he's looking really weak in his physique. I mean, I know he's an actual boxer, but, you know, this ain't it. Lucas Baldi, the guy that knocked out Ashton Silva, totally should be on the card. I would rather have him on the card. Boxio Automiko. What's up, brother? I hope your channel is flourishing. Jake Paul has had a lot of success without being a fighter or a promoter, and he should be respected, but I feel that Tyson wins at 58 years old. Let me process this real quick. Jake Paul has a lot of success without being a fighter. Correct. Or a promoter. Correct. And he should be respected. But I feel that Tyson wins at 50. Okay, I get what you're saying. So you're pretty much saying even at the age of 58 years old, Mike Tyson still steps on Jake Paul. Possibly. I mean, Roy Jones, granted, he's older, right? Older too. But he said we're extremely surprised how fast he was able to get his head off the line. He was pretty quick. He was still strong. He had a lot of tricks he did not see before. And he still felt like, yo, that's Mike Tyson, man. I still felt it. So, I don't know if he's just hyping up the fight, because that fight did end in a draw, and Roy Jones afterwards did lose to an MMA fighter and Sergio Pettis. So it kind of lets me know where Roy Jones is at his boxing career too. So anytime you see boxers at that type of level lose to, like a decent level MMA fighter, and when I say decent, I'm comparing it to like the all-time greats. So like maybe like a former champ or competed for a world championship. That's where, like that type of level, that guy comes over and just shows once again like his youth and activity won him that Roy Jones fight. So that's Roy Jones. I think Jake Paul has to be a better boxer than Sergio Pettis. So I just don't see it. Jake needs to work on the jab, footwork harder. He has a deadly right hand though. Oh yeah, for sure. He needs to work on everything. He's very strong. Keep in mind his knockouts were on smaller MMA guys. He didn't knock out Tommy Fury. He did drop Tommy Fury. He didn't knock out Anderson Silva, but he did drop Anderson Silva. So it's hard to tell at this point. Yes, and yes. Jake needs basic training. If he wants to go far in boxing money... Wait. Let me read this again. Jake needs basic training. If he wants to go far in boxing money, he can't buy you technique. Well, that's why he's fighting guys like a 58-year-old Mike Tyson. Like, you know, he's matching himself. Like I said, Jake Paul is a prospect that people want to see as a main event. That's pretty much what it is. If there was a guy that was on, I don't know, let's say like Jaron Ennis's undercard or like Keyshawn Davis's undercard, that was more popular than the main event, but they fought like a 2-0 fighter that had no amateur background, which that's where they belong at. They would just quickly take that guy and just move him up the card. That's just how it works, because they need to sell the seats. And none of these, offense on, Mario Barrios or Goyad or Shushu or Baldy or Shadasia Green, none of these people would have been able to sell the type of gate revenue. So yeah, at the end of the day, Jake Paul is fighting at a very low level, but it has the most attention than 99% of people in the sport of boxing, which can be viewed as extremely disrespectful. Absolutely. But let's keep it a bean. Let's keep it a bean. It's the Jake Paul show, so people want to see him get knocked out. So now, right now, it looks like they're going to call in Abel Ramos. This is the actual boxing segment, stuff that I'm actually going to enjoy a lot more. Abel Ramos is a guy who came really close to beating Udenis Ugas. Fought guys like Cody Crowley recently. Gave Cody Crowley a good fight. Coming in the ring. So right now, this is for the WBC welterweight championship. Abel's a pretty rough and tough, rugged kind of guy with some slick movement. A little bit in the side pocket. He's going to come forward. Kind of has some counter punching. Kind of an aggressive fighter. But every once in a while, he can kind of box and move and pick a shot. So Abel's doing this thing right now in the ring. Doing some shadow boxing. Couple jabs. So, he's looking good. He's compared to the last workout that was on there, that Goya dude. Yeah, no, what we see right now is actual legitimate shadow boxing. So, but I'm expecting Jake Paul to come out here and on some crazy circus shit when he walks in the ring. So maybe a horse or riding in here with an elephant or something crazy. Maybe he'll have like pigeons fly him out or something. The disrespect the sport. I don't like it. Boxing's supposed to be touching and from the bottom to the top. I mean, look, boxing has always been prize fighting at its core, right? From the longest point of time, fights have been avoided. Fighters have been avoided for the longest time. We can go back from way when there was segregation and race, where clearly they had separate leagues based off race, and they had certain races not compete for certain championships. And because of that, it just lets me know, like, there's a certain prize that these guys are trying to get. And it's always money. There's always been money. If you look at every generation, right? From Jack Johnson to Sugar Ray Robinson to Muhammad Ali to Sugar Ray Leonard, it's always been about the prize. Like, almost 99% of the time, the richest athlete, or the athlete that gets paid the most in every kind of era or generation, is typically a prize fighter, a boxer. It's always been like a boxer. So it's always about getting that money. Now, coming from the opportunity of the type of people that compete for are usually people from the bottom, second chance sport, second lifers. That's, a lot of times people see those type of people who feel like, hey, they didn't really have a lot of opportunity. They worked really hard. They got it from the mud. Boom. Right? And you can appreciate that. It's humble. It comes from the beginning. But, everyone has a journey, and it really just comes down to getting out of their situation, making a lot of money, and then taking care of your family. And that's really what it comes down to it. But as a sport, it's this. If this stuff actually like upsets you, like, don't worry, it doesn't actually affect the sport of boxing. It really doesn't. Like, when you really look at it, it got the women, Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano, like $6 million, like, I think each possibly, to fight. So when you think about it, even though the main event seems extremely disrespectful to the sport, it still benefits, you know, the opportunity that Jake Paul was able to get to Netflix, and Netflix was able to fit the bill to pay these people. So it helped them out, right? So Tyson was not ready on the first date of the fight, which suspended it. And oh yeah, I forgot. He did pull out. Which suspended it to prepare better for the competitor, and he wants to leave something to the world at his age of 15. I'll be honest. If Jake Paul gets knocked out by Mike Tyson at 58, Mike Tyson is going to be looked at as a global hero. Like, dead serious. Like, Mike Tyson might have two eras. The era when he was like the knockout kid, like, what was it? What do they call him? Like the knockout kid? Like, that era. The 80s version of Mike Tyson. That's Mike Tyson era 1. I guess you can say 3 eras, because the second era is when he comes back and he bites the ears and stuff like that. But nobody like glorifies that. They kind of mock that version of Mike Tyson. The 2 eras I think would be glorified as if he had that first era when he hit the scene as the youngest heavyweight champion of the world. And then if he knocks out Jake Paul, I think him knocking out Jake Paul will be probably the second biggest praise thing about his career. I'm dead serious. Like, who's going to look at Mike Tyson and not say thank you? Thank you, thank you, thank you. There's people going to say you saved boxing, essentially. Like to you, Gene. Like, not like the back in the day everyone fought to be the best and top dog. Today's boxing is money. But it's always been about money. I just think that back then, and this is my humble opinion, Gene, is that I feel like there wasn't so many different promoters and so many different networks and so many things that, you know, you really had only a few options. You had like that side and this side. So really, 2 sides will build up a guy, and eventually the public will want to see this guy versus this guy. So for example, like Don King and Bob Arum, they were kind of like running things for a long time. So eventually what happened is Don would say, I have the best, and he will build him up. And Bob would be like, I have the best, and he'll build up. And eventually they fight. But now if you got De La Hoya saying he got the best. You got Eddie Hearn saying he's got the best. And then PBC out here claiming they have the best. And then Top Rank claiming that they have the best. And then like Jake Paul comes in here and says like, oh, you guys the best or something else. And then like Turkey Ali Sheik comes in and randomly says he, like, it's just too much at a point now that to make all that work to see the best fight the best, it's just unrealistic. Because it's just the top guy in this promotion company fighting the top guy in this promotion company. Unless that promotion company has majority of the people, and then they end up fighting just another guy on the other side, then, you know, like kind of like Spence and Terrence, right? Spence had a majority of the opposition and eventually ended with Terrence. And he lost. If Jake wins, he should fight Wilder next. I don't know about that. I mean, Wilder is getting old. I mean, he is getting older. But, nah. Jake's just going to go on to wanting to fight Canelo. If he's going to fight, if Jake Paul is actually going to fight a legitimate boxer, he's going to want to fight Canelo because he wants the biggest prize. He's going to call out Canelo after this fight. Or Conor McGregor. Look at Devin with his bow and arrow jab. Worried about the O instead of fixing himself and getting in the back of the ring. Fighters worried about the O and don't want to fight each other. We need Tank to pull a Manny Pacquiao and fight going up weight classes. I guess. I mean, not really. I don't think he's already moved up 4 weight classes. I think for Tank, like he already said he set out to do, it's just he's gonna end up fighting Shakur. He's gonna end up fighting Devin. He's gonna fight all the T.O. He's gonna fight all those guys. And when he goes through that, I think people will be very happy. As of right now, Abel Ramos is just hitting the pads. Very, very light workout. You know, these workouts don't really show too much. He's just kind of breaking a little sweat. Kind of some workout 2 days before the weigh-in. So, love both. Can't wait for another KO. What up, Avengers? What's up, man? Someone is either going to be rigged or Mike's going to sleep. Wilder just doesn't have a chin anymore. Man, Canelo would kill him. The money is not worth it. Why not? Canelo probably like punish him for a little bit and get him out there with a body shot. The money is definitely worth it. I don't know about you, Gene. You get me in the ring to fight Canelo Alvarez right now. I get one punch in. I get one punch on Canelo. I'll be like, hell yeah, brother. I fucking landed one on his ass. That's what's up. And then I go home with all this money. We cool. We cool. It's like the Deji fight, right? With Floyd. Deji was like able to land a punch on Floyd. I think he even like marked his eye a little bit. So that's a win right there. Deji got stopped. He made some money. Got to gloat a little bit. That's how you do it. That's how you do it, Gene. I'm sorry, like Gene. I don't want you to think I'm not like a purist boxing fan. I am. I'm a huge purist boxing fan. I'm just kind of keeping it straight honest with this whole YouTube boxing stuff. So, plus on this co-main, we actually get a good women's fight. Like we get a good women's fight. Mario Barrios will be having his first title defense against Abel Ramos, which would be typically a PBC fight. There's worthy fights on here, so I wouldn't lose hope completely. What will be the tactics of the fight? Who attacks and who will box? I ask you. Oh, Mike ain't boxing. Mike coming after his ass. Like, let's keep it real. Mike's only chance is to fight strong in the early rounds. The longer it goes, I'm assuming it's going to get worse for him. But same time, these are 2-minute rounds. They're going to have to fight fast. And I think their glove sizes are actually pretty big too. So, but 2-minute rounds, they're going to be fighting very quickly because you got a minute less. It's almost going to mirror like how women fights are. Can't get a lot of feeling out. So I think Mike's just going to get straight into it. And I think Jake's going to box. I think Jake's going to try to set up a right hand because, he's a natural counter puncher. I think Jake is going to look very flustered and very confused and probably struggle in the beginning if this was a real fight. But then I think slowly but surely you'll see Mike's age come in factor, and then Jake will probably be able to time him awkwardly. And then I think at a certain point, Jake will probably, take some chances. And, Mike's about to be 60, bruh. Tank can fight Boots and so much, but he's scared to go up weight. I don't think he's has enough power to hang with the big boys. You know what's crazy, Gene? Ask Brian Norman Jr. Brian Norman Jr. sparred Tank. And, he was impressed with his power. So, but as an actual professional fight, welterweight's a big jump. Like, you know what I mean? So we got Mario Barrios entering the ring. Got a Spurs hat on. I've liked the improvement that Mario Barrios has been showing over time. He's took a Tank fight and a Keith Thurman fight, lost very gracefully, and elevated his game. He beat Yodenis Ugas. And, I think Mario Barrios doesn't get enough credit in a certain degree because he has a lot of experience, but he's lost his big fights. So I think if Mario Barrios kind of keeps the same mindset that he did in the Ugas fight, he kind of looked a little flat in his last fight, but it's a new weight class he's slowly getting implemented in. He's throwing a couple 1-2s, flicking that jab out. If I was Canelo's coach, I would tell him destroy him. Let's see. If I was Canelo's coach, I would tell him to destroy him. Not tonight. Yeah, 14-ounce gloves. I believe so. No, I don't like or respect flops. You get in that ring, you better fight or go to bed early. So, Gene, can I ask you, are you actually going to turn this fight on Friday? Because there's actually boxing fights. Are you going to watch up to Katie Taylor and then turn it off? Who you got, Benavidez or Morrell? I think stylistically, Benavidez is more favorable to win the fight. I think Morrell is very slick. I think he has good power, good movement. I think he'll give David some problems in the beginning. But I've never really seen Morrell like fight up close in the pocket, super. And that's, David's, how do I say it? I don't want to say the word professionalism, right? Because it's not the right word. Like like David Benavidez, like most fighters do, you can see the progression of each fight, kind of like what's a better word to say? Like when you watch an amateur fighter, right? I guess I'm kind of like when you watch an amateur fighter, you can see a lot of like anxious behavior, right? Not poised, not really calm in most cases, right? Very um, wishy-washy in what they're trying to attempt to do. Benavidez is kind of like became more of like a calm, poised, calculated, structured fighter. And each fight, you can see him kind of develop that style. While Morrell, granted, as athletic as he is, and you've seen a lot of athletic fighters who rely too much on their athleticism, Abdullah Mason, which don't get me wrong, Abdullah really honestly is like the bottom because he's 20, has a lot to improve on, and you know, he had the most spectacular situation coming back, right? But just bringing him an example, right? You know, I have to bring it up. He's a very athletic kid. Floyd Schofield, very athletic, relied on a lot on athleticism, and then you can see like his adjustments weren't really there too much in his last fight. Jerron Boots Ennis relied on a lot of athleticism in his fight against a very crafty Eastern European. And so when it comes to David Benavidez and Morrell, I think Morrell hasn't fully managed his athleticism with his actual professionalism poise. And you've seen it in his last fight. You know, I know David claimed he had an injury and went to the later rounds, but David was cooking Alexander. And Alexander was a former Olympian and a former champion. You know, David Morrell moved to 175. He struggled in his last fight. So I just think that David Benavidez by far has the better chance. He's going to be a lot more calmer. He's going to be a lot more comfortable the later the fight goes. And I think somewhere along the line, I think Morrell, with his great athleticism, his awkward style, I think eventually you'll start to see him kind of fall apart. And then you'll start to see David kind of just pick it up and just kind of do what he does best. So, but that's just my opinion. You know, they're both two 168 guys going 175. So, Tank won't fight a rehydrated Garcia at 143 or 147. I mean, Tank is a little dude. Like, at a certain point, when do these guys who are big at their weight and rely on athleticism don't get criticized? You know? Like, you know, I already explained the whole guys like who have a lot of athleticism and rely on that too much. But the guys who also like are really big for the weight, the expectation is like, you know, you're supposed to be a threat in the division. You're supposed to be like one of the top guys if you're one of the biggest guys in the division. Imagine if Paul Williams wasn't Paul Williams in his division. Like he wasn't the champion and wasn't whooping ass. Like you'd be like, what's wrong with that guy? Like that guy's huge as fuck and he's getting beat up. Like that's awkward to me. So for Tank, at a certain point, like you gotta look at Tank and be like, yeah, you want him to fight the best in his division, but at the same time, that division is extremely big. Like it's not even a normal division. Like that weight class is full of gigantic guys. Not making excuses, but Ryan signed the contract, so he signed it. And it is what it is, you know. I do like Brian Norman Jr. too. I was very against him. Not saying as him as a fighter. I just picked against him. So his last fight, I was actually wrong, and yeah, he looked good in that fight. Yeah, I do want Mike to win. I do too. I definitely do. Mario Barnes is ready to do his interview. Like I said, these media workouts, you know, Mario looks good. You know, he looks good on weight. Doesn't look tired. Doesn't look sunken in. You know, this is a guy who also fought at 140. Looks a lot more comfortable at 147. So, expecting him to look pretty decent. I got Benavidez 67-33. Yeah, I agree. That's a good. You know, Morrell has a great chance. You know, he's an offensive Cuban fighter, which we're starting to see that more. It's an actual completely different thing versus the Regendahl that's and the Laras. So it's a lot more exciting. Morrell knows what he's getting himself into. I think he's gonna make the proper adjustments, but I can't call it a winner. Yeah, I think he'll make the adjustments, but I still think that, you know, he's still a little green, a little bit. So Rocky Balboa. We're doing the media workout. So this is the fight's Friday. Is that Anderson Silva you got in your? You agree 100%? Yep. Terrence is not the best. I believe he could never hang with Mayweather. Mayweather time, Ricky Hatton, Cotto, Shane Mosley, Pac-Man, Judah, Emmanuel Augustus. I think Terrence could handle Ricky Hatton. I think Terrence could hang with Cotto. I think Terrence could hang with Judah. Actually, let me say this. Terrence would beat Ricky Hatton. I think Terrence would have a good fight with Cotto. He would beat Cotto. Shane would be a tough fight. Because Shane's fast, and Shane's tough. So, Pac-Man was a fight that depends on what version, right? Because at a certain point, Terrence wanted to fight Pacquiao when they were on top rank. Don't forget when he fought Jesse Vargas and won the WBO, and Terrence was over there, and they didn't give him the fight. Jeff Horn beat Pacquiao, and then Terrence fought Jeff Horn and won the WBO in that fashion. So I think at a certain point, an older Pacquiao for sure. Even maybe the Pacquiao that was fighting around Bradley time. And we're going, I guess, prime for prime, I guess, right? Versus, I don't know. Pacquiao is a specimen, Terrence with Judah, I think Terrence can hang with Judah. He would struggle early on. I think he would lose a lot of the early rounds, but I think Terrence would dog it out towards the end. Manuel Augustin, I think depending on what type of level Terrence was in his professional career, I think Terrence could hang with Emmanuel Augustin. Really, to be honest, like the way I'm coming across this, Gene, Mayweather's the only one that I think that would flat out just control Terrence, in my personal opinion. It's the only one that I think would favor, because Floyd has been the ultimate, in all these scenarios. Floyd has to be compared against Sugar Ray Leonard, a guy who started his career at 147 when Floyd had to work his way to 147. Floyd has been compared to fight Tommy Hearns, and Tommy Hearns was a natural, bigger guy as well. So, but these are mythical matchups. I think everyone has their own lane. I think Terrence could definitely win against a good amount of those guys. I'd like to see Keyshawn versus Jose Venezuela. Yeah, that'd be a good fight. Garcia beats Tank at 147. He fixes his defense. No, I still got Tank. Tank is just a lot more. How would I say? Tank's IQ doesn't get the credit that I think a lot of people don't. He's just similar like Terrence and Floyd. Like, he's a guy that downloads you, then he brings it in the later rounds, and you can see that his power continues in the later rounds. And yeah, I just still don't see Ryan beating him. Arisli Iglesias is more talented than Morrell. I think, did we talk about that fighter? Real quick, it looks like Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano will be the next media workout that's coming up. So I'll give a straight, honest perspective, because I think they might actually do. I think Katie will do a little actual media workout. Amanda Serrano, I could see her just kind of like doing some like this, which these media workouts are always kind of just for show for the fans who've never been to any event. I can't remember if we talked about him. I have to look him up again. I'm not really too familiar just by reading off the name. I know you a hardcore boxeo, so I wouldn't be surprised you knew something that I don't. What? Everyone's saying that Mike Tyson's already won. No, it hasn't even started. Pac-Man at the best, Oscar and Margarito. Oh, he beat Pacquiao. He beat Oscar and Margarito. He did. He beat Margarito at 154, which we later found out like he had the raps. So like, was he really Margarito? What up, Jess? What's up, my brother? We gotta get some Tekken in, man. I need some Tekken training. We gotta train, my brother. Terrence style is unmatched. him and Mayweather would have been. Oh, for sure, it would be a great fight. I think Terrence would bring a very trying to think of a fighter who wants to, like, the thing about Floyd and Terrence, right? I think Floyd would end up somewhere getting Terrence a little bit frustrated because Terrence, in my opinion, has always been a guy who's been somewhere of like a get back kind of guy. He's very adamant of wanting to fight and get you back, which he's great at. Um, Terrence will also take offensive counter chances, which could leave him vulnerable. Um, and he's really good at punching in between shots. So, but it just, Mike Tyson's. Are they already bringing Mike Tyson out? Hold on, did they not do Katie Taylor? Okay, Mike Tyson's in the ring. Never mind. All right, hold on. I'm gonna slow down with the mythical Terrence and Floyd stuff right now. Just because Mike Tyson's in the ring. All right, guys. Mike Tyson's in the ring. All right, straight to the main event. I'm with it. Like, I'm cool with skipping the line. Mike Tyson's bouncing on his toes right now. Not the bounce of like a just a bounce, you know. We'll see. He's getting his gloves on. The bounce rhythm kind of is a little concerning, just a little bit, right? You watch enough boxing, you can see someone's rhythm when they're kind of like pacing up and down, you know. And it looked a little. I want to say the word sluggish. Maybe I'm over analyzing, right? You know, he's just trying to work up a sweat a little bit right now, loosen up. So, but they're wrapping up the gloves. You know, Mike looks good at the age of 58. Like he still has a shirt on, but just I feel like he looks strong. You know, he looks for like as a 58-year-old. You know, he looks jacked. They're keeping the shirt on though. They ain't take the shirt off. Okay. So we can't really assess how his physique looks. You know, but he looks strong. Just basing off like his shoulders and his back. You know, the shirt is loosely fitted, but you know, enough I think you can tell where if it was a fat Mike Tyson, you would kind of tell. Yeah, see, like my boy right here, crazy said Tyson bulked up. Like you can see the shoulders and the traps a little bit, man, and the arms. So yeah, he's ready, man. I think Mike is as ready as he can be. I don't think he took this as I legitimately think in my mind that Mike Tyson is ready to fight at the best way he can at 58. So I'm excited about that. I think we're not looking at just a fat, flabby Mike. Okay, he's doing his little peekaboo. Oh, he doing the weave. Oh, ooh. Mike doing the pressure side to side, putting in the corner. He's throwing in combinations. Those punches look strong. No, Mike look kind of ready. I ain't gonna lie. Like he don't look sluggish. His influence is the size of the ring. What size of the ring says that? That's true. I don't know the size of the ring. Mike looks pretty beefed up, man, and he's moving pretty fluid with a lot of steam. But granted, this is a media workout, so remember these are 2-minute rounds too, right? So like I think people might look in to see his gas tank to say, hey, is he looking like he's getting tired? I think 2-minute rounds might actually be against Jake's detriment, really. If we want to keep this like like if they were actually fighting and it's not staged or rigged, like if they were actually, I think 2 minutes might be worse for Jake Paul for Mike Tyson, because Mike Tyson's definitely able to probably use his size and pressure and kind of maybe bully Jake Paul, because he got some traps. You know, just setting up like a body head trap, bottom, body head. Yo, Mike kind of, he's scary for a 58-year-old dude, man. I ain't just saying that to just gas for the and giving hope for boxing. Like he looks better than I thought he would. Granted, these are pads, and he's walking for it, right? He don't have like a jab hitting him in the face and stuff. Right now, though, I don't know if he's going to be as consistent, accurate. He's starting to get a little tired. It looks like not like saying that his face and he's breathing hard, but his movement just doesn't look as ferocious as it did that first minute. Team Tyson, let's go. What up, Coda? What's going on, man? What up, Red? What's up, my brother? Got back from Norfolk last week. That shit was crazy. Tyson's closer to 70 and 40. The shit, it is. I mean, we are like kind of assessing a 58-year-old Mike Tyson. This shouldn't even be a debate if it was a media workout of him back in the day. Remember Bernard Hopkins fought this guy and got knocked out the ring? The cameraman showed the bottom of his shoes in the air. Joe Smith, man, light skin, man. Don't tell me that's how Mike gonna go out. I think my assessment is still on track. I think Mike is going to give a great effort early on. And I think the later the fight goes on, as long as Jake seems very poised and calm, I think that it will eventually work in Jake's favor. And yeah, I think Jake will win that. But early on, if Jake can't tame that motherfucker, he's in a world of pain. 58 or not, I saw enough right there to let me know those early rounds is still a fight. So get through those early rounds and then you good. You good. I could see Jake tiring Mike Tyson out. But then again, we've seen Jake kind of look kind of tired in fights too. So it's better not be a young guy looking as old as the older guy. But they stopped the pad work. That looked about maybe like 2 minutes. Was that like 2 minutes of media workout? Yeah, he gonna get tired. Mike's gonna get tired. He's for sure gonna get tired. I don't know if he just went all out just for show. But I think he's gonna get tired. Meanwhile, Lennox Holmes and Slippery sipping tea. What's up, Mr. Prophecy, man? What's up, my guy? Right? I mean, that's really what you want to be at. But when Netflix come and want to give you the bag, oh, they taking the shirt off. Oh, so they want to. They confident. They showing the Mike Tyson physique. Let's see. I mean, he still look like a tank. They don't have like a good ab shot, but they took his shirt off. They threw a robe around. They confident. They confident. They don't feel the need to hide his body. They didn't feel the need to not have him do his media workout. I think they definitely worked on trying to look at his physique. I think they definitely worked on like a very strong, explosive. I mean, it's Mike Tyson, right? I'm just literally about to describe Mike Tyson. I think they complemented his style because his body doesn't not look like a slim, weak man, or it doesn't look like a fat slob that overbulked. It looks like Mike Tyson at 58 if he continue working out. So that's good to see. That gives me gives me a glimmer of hope that Mike Tyson can do this. It does. It actually, that media workout has gave me confidence in the early rounds that he can actually do something versus he couldn't do anything. So that's good. Now, do I still think he's gonna lose? Yeah, I think he's still gonna lose. I think the longer it goes, it's gonna get worse. But early on, man, we gotta fight. Jake ain't too careful. I wouldn't be. I wouldn't be surprised if Jake got dropped the first round. Personally, I wouldn't be surprised if Jake got dropped the first round. So they're interviewing Mike Tyson right now. I don't even think Jake's gonna really do like a real workout. I think troll. I wonder. I wonder if Mike Tyson is like actually happy to be fighting, or if he feels like he needs to fight. They're asking him about his kids, watching him fight. He's like locked in mentally. Like he looks like he really taking this fight serious. But he's 58. They're asking about just kind of the moment of the fight. I mean, the moment of this card. And asking what this fight will mean to him on a Friday. And response, thank you, God. I wonder if Mike actually ever thought that he would still be fighting at this time. You know, one of the most talked about and most famous athletes and human beings of all time. To be at the age of 58, to still be in front of a crowd and physically punching another man and getting punched would be in his plans. Oh, okay. Now they're showing Katie Taylor. Why they show Mike Tyson already? That kind of like went backwards. They did that backwards. Mike should not be going on before Katie Taylor. That was really awkward to put Mike Tyson on before Katie Taylor. I mean, for one, for Mike should get more of the later main event slot, but then who's gonna want to like really watch Katie after Mike? Like a lot of people will probably tune out of the program and the numbers will probably dip. I mean, obviously they're gonna wait for Jake, but that was really awkward timing. So Katie's in there. She's doing some shadow boxing, some head movement. I don't know. That was weird. All right. Well, we can talk about Mike Tyson. I mean, no shade to Katie Taylor, right? But Tyson surprised me. He still got skills. Don't forget about his bite. he looked great at the start, and then it started to like dwindle. Like, I don't know if I was like more mesmerized by the first 30 seconds to not realize the next minute and 30 seconds that it was not the same as the first 30 seconds. Like, you know what I mean? Like, my man Supreme TikTok says, man, Tyson looked terrible there. Like, comparing to like 80s Mike Tyson, absolutely. But are you talking about like, so help me, Supreme, stay here, right? Don't go nowhere. Help me understand what I'm looking at. When Mike Tyson came in, I was actually somewhat surprised by the first 30 seconds. He was looking fast and head movement. Like he looked like he can get in Jake Paul's face and do some damage. But by the end of the workout, he kind of looked a little bit like slower. He had to pause a little bit. Oh yeah, compared to his clip. Oh yeah, well come on, that's why we know those clips. The clips make him look like he's better than actually prime Mike Tyson. Like that was the whole point of the clips. The clips made him look like everything in boxing, and everyone in boxing couldn't hold a pair of boxing gloves against him. Yes, the clips made him look like the best boxer on planet Earth, the most ferocious being ever. But that media workout, I mean, I got a little glimmer of hope. I saw a little bit of something on Mike, you know. Obviously, I don't know what his punch resistance is going to be like, right? Let's say he moves well and gets in, and he's a little off balance, and he gets caught, or you know what I mean, like his equilibrium, like, bro, just brace yourself. Just everyone brace themselves of seeing Mike. If this is not like a joint agreed fight, like somewhat like a stage exhibition, might do some stanky leg shit, and it's gonna look really weird in the age of trolling the internet and trolling. Like, might look bad. And Katie Taylor's hitting the pads right now. I've covered Katie practically since she almost turned pro, and I've definitely enjoyed her fights. She's definitely very tactical. She's willing to fight in spots in exchange. She gets in these vulnerable situations when she gets hurt, where she has to show her heart. And, that's what makes, a fun, exciting fight. So, she's battled adversity. She's lost. She's had controversial fights. She's done her rematches in her controversial or lost fights. This is pretty much her essentially third rematch. This is pretty much the fight that I think will cement her legacy as a female fighter. Hey, what up? Hey, yo, Mike Tyson didn't look too bad. Like, Mike Tyson didn't look too bad, you know what I'm saying, in the first 30 seconds. Yeah, Just was in the building. We gotta play some Tekken. You gotta help me train. Oh, this is awkward time. I'm actually watching the stream numbers go down from their media workout because Mike came out. So that's poor programming on them, just putting Mike Tyson on before Katie Taylor. So this is truly sad. Mike is literally 60. He shouldn't be getting in the ring. Left the building Ritz. I agree, Left. You ain't saying nothing that I don't disagree with. I mean, look, money talks. I'm sure he's getting the bag. It's always hard. Like, bro, you can get me to fight Usyk and Terrence Crawford and Canelo and Tank all on the same night, and it will look very sad for me to be in the ring. But they throw the bag in there. It's on. So, can't knock it, man. But, I think Mike Tyson, like most fighters, they have this rise from ashes glory moment. Like, I hear it all the time. Like, they just want to know what it feels like to be like the man. And Mike Tyson knocking out Jake Paul, even though it means nothing to the actual boxing legacy that he's left behind, or the landscape of boxing right now of like, you're the best. It's just a feeling where he's able to go and test himself against a guy, which he's the underdog, and show the doubters that, look, at the age of 58, I could beat this punk YouTuber kid who's been making a lot of waves and essentially be the savior and stop this influence and stuff, right? That's so. Um, the thing I know is what Mike Tyson's accuracy looked like. He missed the pads a few times. Maybe he's too fast to his pad, man. See, like, that's a great breakdown, Supreme, because that's what I mentioned. Like, the first 30 seconds, he looked like everything was hitting. There was no pausing combination. Maybe there was like a chemistry that was dropping between him and his trainer, where he had to like, the trainer had to say like, all right, I'm hitting this, go down here. But it did seem like he was kind of off on that final part of that media workout. But these are 2-minute rounds. So granted, if it's 2 minutes and Mike Tyson's putting on some pain in the first minute, he could be stealing rounds. You know, there's a higher chance of that. But that's a good way. Like he did kind of look like he was kind of missing the pads a little bit. I can't tell if it was fatigue. I don't know if it was like him kind of being a little lost. If that's how he looked like in training, like it's hard to kind of. I really think he actually gave us a good look of his media workout. I think Mike wanted to show the world a little bit of it as a preview. You know, but we'll see. Like Mike's mentality is gonna be like he really wants to win this fight. He's gonna. His shifts was still fast as hell though. Absolutely, that's probably where it just threw me off. Like his shifts, his willingness to get super in front of his trainer and just kind of be in his face, all that at once is very overwhelming. And I like that. I like seeing that. Versus, I don't want to see Mike like sluggishly like side to side. So him shifting was good. Do you think Mike's legacy would be tarnished if Jake beats him? Which I hope it doesn't happen. Also, do you know how many ounce gloves they're using for the fight? I think someone mentioned it was 14 ounce in the chat, which is actually pretty big for heavyweights. Do I think Mike's legacy would be tarnished? No, like I don't think his legacy would be tarnished, because I think if that was the case, his legacy would have been tarnished with the ear biting, right? Or him getting knocked out by Holyfield, Lennox Lewis, but like it's just the Hall of Famers that made it in during the Mike Tyson era, essentially all were the ones that beat him, right? And people still adored him, people still love him, people still admire him. Mike Tyson was more than just boxing, right? The Floyd Mayweather era of just being the perfectionist that he was. He had to be 15-0 because he was the epitome of like the definition of what he would always say, like hard work, dedication. I'm the best, no one can beat me. Like almost like the Floyd's like the OCD of boxing, right? He represents that. Everything he did led him to the mountaintop of the most marketability, profit, and record, and beating most champion. Like he is kind of like what you want to tell your kids, right? Like if they want to box, like you want to work hard, you don't want to drink, you don't want to smoke, you want to like. Essentially, he was that perfect blanket of just. Mike Tyson, on the other hand, was the guy who kind of showed you can battle through almost any adversity and get through almost any circumstance and still become this diamond in the rough. And I think that because of that, regardless of his shortcomings, which he had plenty, people still are in awe of him as a fighter, as a person, as a human being, regardless of his setbacks. So I think the standard of Floyd maybe losing, of any sort, right? That's kind of his setup. It would be more tarnishing in that way for him. Mike, I just think it's just another. It's like in another step of like that type of story that he wants to leave behind. Like if he puts on a great effort with Jake Paul, and yes, it's Jake Paul. It's not a heavyweight. It's not anyone that we should be like praising, but I think it still fits the storyline for Mike Tyson to be like a guy who wants to get up at the age of 58 and show the world I could still do something in this sport. So I think it'll be good. But also it has to also depend on the fashion of how the fight goes. Like if Mike actually presents some good highlights and good shots, maybe drop Jake Paul, still lose the fight. I think it's great. If he just gets completely just pummeled and destroyed like Evander Holyfield when he fought Vitor Belfort, I think it comes into it tarnishes his career, but I think people start to feel a little like dirty inside, that they kind of like, not like their fault, like they enabled it, but watch them kind of become like this more of exploited human being, in which he was for quite some time. So I think it's more of just if Mike Tyson gets destroyed, I don't think it destroys his legacy. I think it makes people look within themselves and just like, damn, we just let that happen. Kind of, kind of poetic answer I'm kind of giving, but I just don't think anyone's gonna walk away and be like, man, that just tarnished Mike's legacy. He's already faced tons of defeats against people that people don't even know who the hell he lost to. Right? Like he's lost to many people that people can't even remember off the tip of their tongue. So I think he'll be okay on that. I just think seeing him in the era of the internet being memed and things like that, like, I think it just kind of puts a little bad feeling, like when you see like, ah, shit. Like think about it, Holyfield, right? Holyfield got stopped on the one of those um damn, what was the thing that T was supposed to fight on? Teofimo Lopez Cambosis. Oh, Triller, yeah. On the Triller cards, right? Those Triller cards were just weird. At least Mike Tyson is fighting not on like a Triller card. He's fighting on the biggest stage and the biggest platform in boxing this year. That alone just lets you know, like, he's still the man. Evander Holyfield, I guess you feel a little bit more, he's a last minute replacement against an MMA fighter during, I think, almost COVID time. And he didn't look like he was in shape either. So it felt like Mike was able to gather his spirits better than a Holyfield. I think Holyfield probably should have been stopped. Like early, like Holyfield when he fought Vitor Belfort. And real quick, Amanda Serrano is in the ring. She's showing some of her shadow boxing skills. He looks good for his age and stuff, but I'm worried when Jake punches land, can he take them? Because Jake can punch, no doubt. For sure. It's definitely my biggest concern. You don't know how these guys react to punches and their punch resistance. But if he can eat his punches and come in and make Jake smother his work, then you already know Jake is going to have a fucked up night. Regardless if Mike Tyson gets tired. Jake likes space. He's a natural mid-range boxer. He likes to counter punch so he can extend his right hand. Jake has never really looked good up close. And I've never really seen Jake even fight off the ropes. Like someone pressing him up on the ropes and kind of like all in his face. Everyone else just kind of gave him a good, decent amount of mid-range or an awkward style. Yeah, so we'll see. Yeah, so Amanda Serrano, she looks like she's on weight. Like the women, they look respectable. They look solid. I don't expect any less from them. Expect a good rematch. But yeah, we'll see though, man. I'm sure they are aware of his right hand though, and if he has a competent corner, I think his corner will definitely spend time trying to neutralize that right hand and close the distance so that he doesn't have any room to breathe and can't extend that. And then now I'm curious how Jake punches are up close. Jake definitely dips his head down. He tries to do a no look hook at times, and he gets tired too. So I wonder if the 2 minutes is going to benefit Jake at any point. So they put gloves on Amanda Serrano right now. She's waving her gloves in the crowd. She looks extremely happy. The crowd is cheering. You can definitely tell the crowd is very familiar with her. And after Amanda Serrano, we get to see Jake, and then we'll pretty much wrap up from there. Jake was getting pressured by Nate Diaz forward moving style. Tyson definitely overwhelmed him. Let's see how he handles it. See? You know? We'll definitely see. I forgot about that fight, actually. I forgot about that fight. Nate did put a lot of pressure, but Nate has Nate has a great gas tank, you know. And the problem with Nate is when you fight him, he has a poker face that you just don't understand. Like, is he tired? Is he hurt? Is he drunk? Is he high? Is he confused? Does he want to be here? Does he not want to be here? Does he like me? Does he not like me? Like, you can't read Nate. And then I feel like Nate, I don't know, man. I'm not saying I want to get hit by Nate, but it always feels like Nate punches don't hurt, and then you see their opponent and they just look kind of buzzed. So I don't know. Nate's weird. I don't know how that works. Jake will get an egotistical and arrogant in the future, but at the end of the day, he's getting in the ring with a man who was born in 1966. There's nothing to show off whether it's Mike or not. The problem with Jake's situation is that Jake knocking out Mike won't get him any praise. What's interesting about Jake is that Jake is actually educating the public more and more about boxing. See, I think he's kind of undoing the perception that he can actually fight. Which, when I mean he can actually fight, it's like he's not a world champion, is what I'm saying. He's a prospect in development of trying to be a contender, and these are guys in his way, right? Just like professional boxing does. They get old former champions who once upon a time was decent, with a young guy who relies on his athleticism while he's working on his technique. Then he makes some mistakes, learns from it, eventually still wins the fight because he's younger, stronger, more youthful, less punch worn, has better resistance, yada, yada, yada. So the problem with Jake is that Jake is kind of going through and he's kind of undoing a lot of myths that have pondered a lot of casual minds amongst people, where they're like, well, they're MMA fighters. Of course, they're better than boxers. Like, they have to worry about elbows and knees. So a YouTuber can't beat a former MMA champion. Well, this proves that. Actually, it shows there's a fundamentally difference. Oh, well, Jake Paul can't clearly hang with a professional boxer, early in their career. He's a professional boxer. It's Tommy Fury. He's a lineage of, yeah, he didn't win the fight, but it was so close. And he dropped him. It lets you know, like, okay, just because you have a name and all this stuff doesn't mean you're, like, that perception also has changed, right? And now fighting Mike Tyson, a boxer, amongst many people have think this is a legend. Regardless of the age he's at, he should be able to wipe 99% of people on planet Earth, including Jake Paul. Well, Jake will be another kind of learning lesson for those casuals, that if Jake beats Mike Tyson, well, guess what, dummies? 58 is 58 in any sport. So because of that, how would I say it? You have been bamboozled and educated. So while these people have been learning the sport through Jake Paul and kind of the narratives that have been kind of plaguing the sport of what people can and can't do, the things that help build him up will be the same things that will crush him down, right? It's kind of like a double-edged sword. You're going to get the credit while you're going up, building up the fight, saying, I'm about to fight Mike Tyson. But then when you knock out a 58-year-old Mike Tyson, then the sword's going to come back down, and then everyone's going to be like, yeah, he was 58. He did look old. He did look like a grandpa. Matter of fact, why should I give you credit for beating Mike Tyson? So I think at the end of the day, I think all this stuff will kind of lead Jake Paul in this position where he's just never going to necessarily get credit because of how these fights are being built up. It's like a short high. If you know what's going on, you know the sport, then it doesn't surprise you. But if you're casual, it kind of gives you a rude awakening, and then it kind of like slowly gives you into a mindset of a hardcore boxing fan. Avocado hacks. First and foremost, what hacks do you have for avocados? Because I love me some avocado. But do I got hands too, or just a reporter? Just short background. My dad used to do police athletic league, so he did the POW. So he taught me a lot about boxing at that point. I used to do Junior Olympics in Taekwondo, which is still somewhat similar in boxing, similar stance, right? Where you kind of have to have your shoulders squared, or not squared, to the side, not opening up your chest. You're still kind of an upright stance, right? You still got to understand your distance, right? There's still hands in Taekwondo. So it's very fundamentally similar, but there's kicks. My dad's just the one who kind of like taught me about boxing. So I competed in Taekwondo with the backings of fundamentals from a boxer, a former boxer, my dad, but just never competed in boxing. I used some of those tactics, and then ever since I was a kid, I kind of went and studied it. But for the most part, to answer your question, I was like an amateur in another sport, but a reporter. So nice, good to know you guys do know about the sport. Appreciate it. I mean, I can't say I know every aspect, right? I'm not gonna sit here and just flaunt just be like, oh, because of like, I'm learning new stuff every day, right? And there's still even boxers now that still don't know a lot of the stuff from back in the day. And I try my best. Like I try to watch. I think I watched enough to the point where I understand the concept better than I can deliver. And if that makes sense, it's like I don't want to put any trainer on blast and things like that. But like, like there's like the Freddie Roaches and like Bo Mack and Derek James, and those guys, their boxing career doesn't match the fighters that they taught, right? So that's just kind of where I think I'm at. I could probably be a way better trainer than I could be a boxer, but it's because I did a little bit of it just like they did, and understand what it's like, I guess what it feels like, or what to look for, or what it kind of goes, but never competed at a level to actually truly, you know what I mean? Like, but I've covered and know enough where I've seen the mentalities of these boxers up close, and I can put two and two together, and it's been pretty consistent. So, but yeah, that's about it. That's a lot about me, and it doesn't really mean much. I noticed Tyson also had a knee brace looking thing. There was a knee brace? Stop. I gotta go to Twitter. All right. Amanda Serrano is doing her interview right now. She just had a light little workout. I didn't see anything that looked different. She just kind of looked like just hitting pads and moving, having a good time. So, not really much. But looks solid. Her and Katie Taylor both look solid. Their media workout was what I expected it to be. Serrano did a lot more than I thought. So, let's see. So we're just waiting for Jake Paul to end this out. Let's see. You said Mike Tyson with a knee brace. Mike Tyson knee brace. Don't tell me he had a knee brace. Video. Let me see. I'm watching some. And we're just waiting for Jake Paul, but I'm studying some of the film. I'm seeing if he actually has this knee brace that you speak of. Just a knee sleeve looking thing. Yeah. They just have this little bar underneath, and I'm trying to. Oh, it's on his right. I see it. He does have like a black like sleeve. How big is it? It looks like it definitely goes past this knee. Is it above his knee? Yeah, it definitely has one on the right side. Yeah, good call. I didn't even see that. I mean, I think it's smart regardless if he needs it or not. When you're an older guy, it's even today, like I'm 34. And I kind of strangely woke up and I was like, dang, dude, my back kind of hurts a little bit, man. Like, I didn't do nothing. I didn't go anywhere. I just kind of felt a little sore. So I can only imagine at 58, after beating yourself up for so many years, that a knee brace just might be necessary at this point. But yeah, it looked more like a sleeve than a brace. But we're 2 days away, right? No, wait. Wednesday. Oh, 3 days away from this shit. So, all right. So Jake Paul is coming out. Let's see what type of. Yep, I expected. He got a rooster on his head. He's coming in the ring with a rooster on his head. Why? I don't understand. Oh no, because he called himself that. The El Gallo, the rooster, because that's his Puerto Rican name that he's adopted. All right. That's why he has a rooster on his head. All right, this looks just like every Jake Paul media workout I've ever covered. He comes out, there's music, he's dancing for a little bit, hip hop music is blaring. He typically bounces around, he gets his crew, they hype him up, he comes out with a gimmick, starts to shadow box a little bit, jump ropes. So let's see. All right. Where's my guy? Where's my guy? I think it was Gene. I think Gene. If Gene, you're still in here, man, I need them. I need them tactics. What does he need to work on? He's working on level changes in his jabs, doing some feints. So let me see what Jake Paul looks like he worked on, you know? He still kind of looks a little like squarish. He's kind of breaking a sweat a little bit right now, so Jake Paul doing some turns, trying to see what he's working on. He's doing some weird shadow boxing. His hooks look a little stiff that he's throwing. I'll be honest, man. His shadow boxing is still at a prospect level. I would have to like assess. I would have to probably tomorrow go and study and watch some of his older shadow boxing and see how much. What's up with Job? You know, this is gonna sound funny, but after seeing so far Jake Paul shadowboxing and Mike Tyson working out, I don't know. I feel like Mike might get some punches off on Jake. I know he's not really throwing any punches and really showing anything, but Samuel, where can I watch the open training? So this is weird how they do it, Samuel. It's not on Netflix. It's on YouTube, and it's not even on Netflix. It's YouTube. It's on Most Valuable Promotions YouTube page. So, and it's right now. They've shown everyone Jake Paul's the last one, Samuel, and Mike Tyson actually looked pretty decent for the first 30 seconds. He definitely kind of looked like he was slowing down towards the final minute, but so Jake took off his shirt. He's putting on gloves. He put on some weight. This would be like, I think, I can't remember if he fought last time as a heavyweight, but he definitely has to be a heavyweight for Mike Tyson. This is definitely going to be size-wise the biggest guy and the most experienced guy that he's ever been in the ring with as a boxer. And the oldest guy. Let me add that too. The oldest guy. So I'm curious how this weight's gonna do because Jake definitely looks big, like you say, Supreme. He's looking beefy, right? So I'm not saying he looks sluggish because he's just doing some shadow boxing, but I wonder if that's actually gonna affect him a little bit because he's definitely added some weight, and he doesn't look as cut and it's heavyweight. You don't need to make weight. So this is kind of what we're going to be looking at. Like that Mike Tyson physique and Jake Paul physique, he looks kind of flabby. You know, I'm not saying he's not strong. You know, you can tell in his back, he still has a strong back, and so he just kind of putting up on weight. He's dancing around, but he kind of looks a little. I don't know. I want to say like maybe is he like blown up? Does it feel like he's blown up? Yeah, man. I don't know what I said. If you hit me with a pause, man, I'm sorry. Mike smokes a lot of weed, which has a negative effect on the body. It will put a strain on his endurance, and being 58 doesn't help that at all. I agree. Smoking will, regardless if it's just marijuana. Mike needs to focus on his breathing and time his punch. He can't go too crazy. I do believe the game plan that Jake probably will be looking at, because they probably expect Mike to come out pretty strong, and then they're probably going to rely on him making a mistake. So, and conserve the energy, because Jake is moving up in weight. He does look big. You know, he looks. So I can't say he looks jacked. He just looks like he's been eating a lot. Bulking. Jake on that old George Foreman diet? George Foreman actually ate like shit though. Like he was just dirty bulking is what they called it, right? I don't even feel like Jake is actually shown. This can't be Jake showing. I know he's being patient in his shot selections, and it's a media workout. There's stuff that is just kind of displayed here for show, but really, but this can't be really like, if this is how he, let's just say hypothetically, if this is how he actually fights and looks, like this is not like him just kind of playing possum and kind of disguising. If he actually looks like that, like I don't. Jake is smart. Like I want to believe that Jake is not really putting too much into his media workout. Mike looked better on the pads, but Mike's 58. Don't know his punch resistant. This could be just two media workouts that just show Jake looking like sluggish and shitty, and Mike Tyson looking like Mike Tyson at 58. And then when the fight happens, it's a completely different situation. But right now, based off the media workout, I think Mike looks better. I think Mike looks better at the media workout. Okay, I'm starting to see Jake dig into throwing some power shots now a little bit. Yeah. So these are strong shots. From that little moment, Jake's gonna have heat. There's gonna be heavy punches. So Mike definitely has essentially a heavyweight. He definitely has a heavyweight throwing punches at him. So, but I don't know. I can't walk away from this media workout and be like, whoa, like that media workout totally convinced me Jake is going to destroy Mike Tyson. I definitely did not get that impression today. Based off the media workout. The media workout really, the takeaways, Mike at 58 actually was a lot quicker than I thought for 58. Still had shifts and was able to move for 58 better than I thought. Was able to create combinations and actually physically look strong. Like okay, like he looks like he's struggling with all that weight. I know how these fights are made and set up, right? It's clearly in favor of Jake Paul, but I want to walk away and say I did not really enjoy that media workout from Jake Paul. Jake definitely seems to operate at a slower pace. He definitely looks like he's operating at a more kind of methodically thinking what to do with this body. I don't know essentially how to properly, you know, do my thing with it. I don't know. It's just he just doesn't look like the Jake Paul from the previous fights. And I know a lot has to do with that weight. Sigma. What's up, Isaac? My man came in here with the strong Sigma. So Jake Paul's getting his interview. He seems pretty happy. He's saying it's pretty much going to be a short night for Mike Tyson. He's saying that he'll outbox Mike Tyson. Kind of gave away the game plan, I think. He's pretty much saying he's expecting Mike to come and he's going to box him. He says Friday night his career starts after beating Mike Tyson. He just seemed very sluggish in this, like his energy. Asking him about Amanda Serrano and to be able to train in Puerto Rico and how much he loves Puerto Rico. They're doing like a little weird comedy sketch with his mom. His mom's over inside. And he's double down saying he's going to knock out Mike Tyson. Such a weird time we're in. I'm more impressed with Tyson's open workout here. Yeah, that's exactly what my takeaway is. I'm more impressed with Mike Tyson's media workout, which I did not expect to see. And I was not impressed with Jake Paul's. Not saying, like I said, like Jake Paul's main goal was to impress people with his media workout, but I don't know if it was his plan also to necessarily turn people off from it. Like, he looked kind of sluggish. He looked a little just slow. And I don't know if he was tired because he was moving in a certain kind of way where it wasn't really generating too much of a workout, but enough to maybe just rest in between. Yeah, like I said, I would assume and expect Jake Paul to win the fight, but I'm for sure at this point confident that there could be a potential Mike Tyson, like Mike Tyson might, I mean he might have got tired too, but I'm walking away right here going, okay, all right, okay, Mike. See, and people in the chat in their thing have actually been wondering where Mike Tyson's at. It's because they're poor pacing. They put Mike Tyson before the women. People don't even know that Mike Tyson already came up. It should have been, really, to be honest, Mike before Jake. Because it's like Jake Paul's promotion. I get it, but Yeah, that was terrible pacing. Netflix, don't ever put Mike Tyson so far down in the media workout ever again, unless that was a request on him to want to do it. So, hey, that'd be crazy though. Mike Tyson go beat up and sleep Jake Paul. I think a lot of people will feel really good. But Mike is old, man. Media workouts don't tell the full story. Just because you're good at a media workout doesn't mean you're gonna win the fight. You know, really, and especially at heavyweight at this point, all it takes is one punch at this point. So, man, I just never thought as a kid watching Mike Tyson biting someone's ear will lead to him fighting a YouTuber at the age of 58 with a black knee sleeve on while we're debating if his media workout looked better and more impressive than this guy who started boxing 4 or 5 years ago. While Mike Tyson was competing for the Olympics and was the youngest heavyweight champion of the world, Jake Paul was out here trolling people on the internet. And I have to sit here and actually assess, does Mike Tyson's media workout at the age of 58 look more impressive than this guy who just started boxing without any amateur background? It's not impossible. The Tyson's 58. Jake Paul was trolling his workout and tried to trick people. So like Dame, that's what I'm saying. Like the workout was terrible from Jake. And I want to believe what you're saying. I want to believe that he's just like whatever, because at the end of the day, what matters is the fight. When the media workouts don't win you rounds. So, and this might be the case that Mike Tyson just comes out, looks really impressive for the couple combinations, and Jake just kind of pacing with confidence and just working on some minor techniques, and then next thing you know, he'll blast Mike out. Coda says Mike gonna knock Paul out. Ron, stop it. I don't know, bro. I've covered enough Jake Paul fights to know that his shit ain't fake. His shit ain't rigged. I've heard them punches. When he knocked out Tyrone Woodley, oh my god, bro. Like, I expected that in the first fight, but it didn't happen. But when he knocked him in the second fight, like when people say, oh, that's a setup, bro, I thought Woodley died in that arena in Florida. That place was electric. It was crazy. I remember Woodley came out looking fucking super sad. Um, yeah. Nate Robinson, that's a basketball player. I mean, that should be a given. Ben Askren, that was like a grappler. Anderson Silva, yeah, slick little head move kick guy, but that's an MMA fighter doing that to MMA fighters. Who tried a little bit of boxing. I don't know, Coda. Your boy might go to sleep, man. Your boy might be just, there's gonna be that feeling where you see that first shot, and we've all seen enough boxing, right? He was trolling, but that sweat and heavy breathing after Jake's workout was real. I think it's that weight. It's that weight, you know, and it's not easy moving up in weight. Hopefully they calculate it right, because that could be some overconfidence going into there, and Mike is battling tired and fatigue for a 58-year-old man. Jake Paul is fighting fatigue that he already naturally had as a cruiserweight, and now he's putting on weight. So I wonder what these two rounds, who's gonna benefit more off these 2-minute rounds. But I don't know, man, Code. I've seen Jake sleep people, and I know they're MMA fighters and stuff, but he got smart handlers around him. Got smart handlers around him, and really he was supposed to fight Tommy Fury for Woodley too, which would have probably been a better time for Jake to fight Tommy, because Tommy probably was even more ass than he was. Yo, I'm sorry, Tommy. I hope, like, next time I see you, like, you don't take offense. What I mean is that you're at a level of a prospect who just doesn't really necessarily go beyond that. Like, I don't hear about you training. I don't hear you about doing all these things to want to be a champion. So, like, you're at a prospect level. So, in layman's terms, ass. But that's just me just kind of comparing you to Jake Paul. Because you almost did lose that fight. Let's see who's the one that's going to get tired. That's really what it comes down to. Fury did beat him. Yeah, Fury barely beat him. You know, that knockdown terrified him big time. Yep, and then after he won, he started crying, celebrated. That was a big deal for him. He was very anxious, but he lost the he definitely lost the KSI. So you know, lets you know what level he's at. I suppose Mike Tyson's way to victory is to step on the gas very quickly and hope for the best while the short gas tank lasts. They're 2-minute rounds, right, mister? So, in my honest opinion, I think Mike will definitely press him, try to smother his work, try to not let him be at a range where he can throw right hands, force him to fight, make him feel like he's kind of in a dog fight, toe-to-toe, phone booth style. And then, if Jake can get a little distance, maybe he can kind of try to get the old man off him. But Mike, he might hit him with a 3-piece combination. Like, Mike just got to stay on him. Just all in his face. I don't think Jake will like that. And someone in here, I forgot, mentioned Nate Diaz. And that's a good example because Nate was all up in his face. So, but exactly, he's prospect level. These are glorified prospect fights. People go to fights to want to watch the fighters they want to watch. And regardless of their skill level, Jake Paul is a prospect that everybody wants to watch. So he's a main event. He's a main event prospect. And he's fighting essentially people with huge followings. And that helps bring them in also to be a partner in the main event. And Mike Tyson is as big as he can get as a partner right now. So my man Coda says left hook, right uppercut, knockout by Mike. Left hook, right uppercut. So I could see that. I could see a combination coming from Mike. You know. I mean, look, it'd be electric seeing Mike Tyson fuck up Jake. If that's really going on, the whole internet's gonna go absolutely insane. The world is gonna go crazy. Either or, if Jake knocks out Mike Tyson, but I think the bigger upside is that if Mike Tyson actually pummels Jake Paul, the whole entire world and internet is going to go absolutely insane. And then Jake can just walk away and be like, what was Mike Tyson? I have no shame. Like, I have no shame. I lost to Mike Tyson. It was an honor to be in the ring. Like, really, he gets to kind of shrug his shoulder and, like, his takeaway as, like, a fighter. But really, at the end of the day, this really looks like two guys who probably have to manage the stamina and fatigue. And the one who kind of gets their game plan going and not get tired is going to be the one that wins. Do you think Jake's jab is good enough to keep Mike back? I don't think so. I don't think Jake really has a jab. I don't really think Jake has a great jab. I think he has a great right hand. I think he has a good amount of sense of distance. He has a lot of no-look hooks. He definitely sets up shots by playing on his fatigue. He knows he's baiting them in, looking tired. He is tired, but he's also using it as a bait and a trap to bring in his opponent. And you see it time and time again. Maybe Jake wants to put pressure on Mike and actually try to see what he got. I don't know, but I don't think he will. I don't think that would be smart. I think it's best for him to try to get his sense of if he can get his distance, see if he has better feet than Mike. And if he does have better feet than Mike, then he can start setting up shots. Try to really position yourself away from your target and actually start to try to measure up as much as you can early on, because then the later the fight goes, it becomes easier. The longer it takes for you to measure up, that works more into Mike's favor, because Mike already has the ability to do these things like in his mind. It's just can his body react, and that's what we're gonna find out. Because he doesn't need to teach himself distance. He doesn't need to teach himself combinations. It's almost automatic. He doesn't need to teach him. It's just seeing if his body can actually cooperate the way that he wants it to do. That's the battle, Mike Tyson. Jake is going to have to establish the distance. He's going to establish this control, the pace, and that's really what it's going to come down to. And that's where his youth is going to he's going to benefit from. But because he's blown up in weight, it might actually be a problem. So, do you think Mike Tyson would generally utilize the clinch to refill his tank? I would have to study the Roy Jones fight a little bit, actually, mister. Did he clinch a lot in the Roy Jones fight? Because I know Roy did. He had to, right? But did Mike actually engage in clinching? That's a good question. I don't know. I don't think he's gonna clinch. I think he might. I don't know. I don't know. I actually would have to watch that Roy Jones fight. No. I would assume no, but I just don't want to be spitting on my just guessing, because that Roy Jones fight exhibition is really gonna let us know like his pacing. He's older from that point, so he can't really essentially change too much from that. Mike didn't clinch nor get tired in Roy fight, and he's in better shape. Yeah, so Coda over here, he remembers. So if that's the case, then there you go. I hope Mike Tyson ends the streak. There's a chance he might, man. He looked better at the media workout. Jake Paul road to victory is after 4 rounds. The later it goes, 1,000%. The Paul Bros was from Disney Stars. So Mr. Quake, what's up, man? CNSR, his jab versus Tommy Fury was lethal. If he chooses to use it, he'll have an easy night. I mean, I think he was stronger than Tommy Fury. I think Tommy Fury definitely tried to use boxing against Jake. Jake was just clearly physically stronger than Tommy. So I don't know if that jab is necessarily going to work against Mike Tyson, but we'll see. If he can get a jab on Mike Tyson, which that's how all the greats was able to beat him, then he's 10 steps ahead. What was more Roy Jones engaging in the clinch rather than the other way around, though? That was 3 or so. So he probably won't be clinching, really. I think Mike Tyson probably has an understanding of how to pace himself while putting pressure. He's been doing that for years. He just has to see if his body can do it. Do you think the 14-ounce gloves will remove any chance of a KO in this fight? Absolutely not. I do not. Simply because the fact that one is 58 and the other is essentially a novice. A novice when it comes to fighting actual elite fighters. It's just the fact that he's fighting a very old Mike Tyson, which will probably give him the advantage and a good right hand. But it's heavyweights, 14-ounce gloves. I mean, it will probably soften the blow a little bit. But, these guys are weighing over 200 pounds and swinging with full force. So it's really not going to be too much of a difference, to be honest. Let's not forget Roy himself said Mike was hard to hit and he got them fast hands even in that fight. See, you saw that same interview I saw of Roy Jones saying the same thing. But keep in mind that was Roy also old too. And Roy extremely relied on his athleticism and did not really develop a style. Not saying he didn't have technique. We're talking about a guy who should have been a gold medalist. So I'm not saying that. But, you've seen over the years, he clearly was starting to get outclassed by guys at a younger state. I guess Mike Tyson too. So, but I think there was a level of Mike not caring that kind of helped that. While Roy was just a guy who, I guess, style changed a little bit after he kind of got knocked out, and then kind of started really deviating around from his technique at some point. So it's hard to tell with that fight because Roy was moving up in weight. He relied on his athleticism, and not soon after he lost an MMA fight against Sergio Pettis, which I never thought that was going to happen. So, shout out from Seattle. What's up, man? I see you got Benavides in there, man. It's almost that time for that Morrell fight. It's going to be a fight, boy. I'm excited. Tommy trash, though. Y'all don't understand it in the chat, bro. Tommy pretty super mid. Super mid. I don't want to turn this into like a Tommy trash fest, but Tommy's pretty bad as in comparison to the idea of what a boxer, right? Like I really think Tommy Fury is a novice as well. Like Tommy Fury is for sure a novice boxer. Like he literally had a fight. He was fighting a small Anthony Taylor and was still like struggling against him. So he should have been able to blast him out. Even if it's 14 inches, winning gloves or puncher gloves. Yep. Oh, they're winning gloves too, right? No, they're Grant gloves. I think they're wearing Grant gloves. It doesn't matter. 14 inches is still. That shit's that's gonna hurt like crazy. For training since he was a child, Tommy Fury is shocking. You could just watch him fight. I honestly think he was a guy who trained hard, but just lacked the natural ability. And so when he became a professional, his matchmaking was beyond a soft touch. It was almost like pulling a person out from the crowd. And when he finally got some resistance, which was an MMA fighter, they had to step him back down. And you know, really at the end of the day, his claim to fame isn't from his boxing. It came from being related to Tyson Fury in a reality TV show and being relatively like an attractive looking guy out over in the UK according to their standards. And you know, it's great for him because he was able to land like some big money making fights with Jake Paul and got that win and a questionable win against KSI. So he essentially is the guy that beat two big YouTubers and kind of slowed both their momentums down, taking their O's. But at the end of the day, like, he's pretty mid, you know, come to actual modern day boxers and around his weight class. He's pretty bottom of the barrel when it comes to that. And really, I don't blame him. He doesn't have to actually fight top elite guys because he can make a lot of money fighting these guys, and he has a big notoriety and already got the praise of beating two of the big YouTubers. And so Tommy don't really have to do shit at this point. So I'll give him that. So Tyson trained in 18-ounce gloves. They are fighting in 14 ounces. Mike Trout is all. His coach said this in the interview released this morning. I guess I'm a little confused by that. Tyson trained in 18 gloves. They were fighting 14 ounce. Mike Trout is all. He coached said this. So like, did they not know he was training in 18? Like, I don't know. I guess I don't know. Because usually when you train in bigger gloves. You always train in bigger gloves. And then when you're actually in a professional fight, they're always smaller. Because you don't want to hurt your hands. Because remember, gloves is more than just like for the safety of punching, like getting punched. But also, like, gloves are also designed to protect the fighter's hands. So you're always supposed to want to train, right, in bigger gloves. And then you fight in smaller ones. So I guess not saying, like, what you're saying isn't making sense. I just don't understand, I guess, what you're trying to say. So maybe if you can rephrase that for me so I can understand. Do you think one of those legendary welterweights could beat Paul? Like Floyd or Pat? Absolutely. Absolutely. I can see one of them taking the fight in the future with Jake too big. I mean, did we forget Floyd? I mean, you're talking about right now? Like right today. Like if they went out, climbed out of bed. Because remember, like, you know, father time and age comes through. Not saying that they wouldn't win. It's just, you know, remember Jake is huge. You know, you've seen Floyd fight the lesser of the two skilled Paul brothers, Logan Paul. And I would assume Floyd was trying to get him out and couldn't because he was so big. And because Logan was so big and he took wrestling, he was able to clinch physically strong Floyd intelligently and prevent himself from taking a lot of punishment. So, but if Mike Tyson gets knocked out, what happens then? Mike Tyson at that point should just for sure retire. And for Jake, I think Jake should call out Canelo or Conor McGregor. I think it just makes sense. If he fights Canelo, then you really know that at that point, that is the fight where you're about to see Jake Paul get demolished for a shitload of money. But I think Jake's claim to fame in there is that hopefully he can land a solid shot on Canelo, even if it doesn't hurt Canelo, just so that he can kind of like gloat a little bit. And because you remember, he's a troll. Like, this is a troll that turned into like an actual dream of his, and he's taking it serious. But at the same time, once the train stops, he can comfortably go back to what he's known for doing, and he's a man of many different type of traits. So, it's a form of entertainment, and he's doing a great job of it, of promoting these mega boxing events. And so I think he'll be fine. I think if Jake loses the mic, at some point there has to be a Jake Paul KSI fight. It'll probably be in the UK, and then we could probably just finally get to that point. I think Jake Paul and KSI are over marinating their fight, which is funny. Yeah, 40-year-old Floyd Pack, but that's true. Floyd fought the bigger Paul. Bigger and less skilled Paul, in my personal opinion. But, What up, Bunksta? What's up, brother? Tyson's naturally a heavyweight, so he has a little something there. He's also used to just walking around that weight. I think with Jake Paul fighting at this weight, he's going to, I think, struggle a little bit in that weight. Not saying that he won't win the fight, but, I'm pretty sure he'd probably speak about it one time in that post conference, especially if he loses. I promise you, if he loses, he's going to talk about the weight while also complimenting, like, is Mike Tyson. What do you expect? Like, he's a beast. Like, he's going to give all glory to him. For sure, but in the way, wouldn't that help the speed and power will be very sharp when they go down to 14. Hope that clears it up. I mean, typically, like, I guess I'm trying to, you never, I guess what you're trying to say, I think I get what you're saying. 14 ounces are already kind of big. You're almost kind of slowly getting into like the training, right? So you're saying that essentially he's been training like Dragon Ball Z, right? Like when Goku put on like he did an excessive amount, like 18-ounce gloves, like big, right? Like 18 ounce, he's been training. So once he's able to drop the weighted gi and the clothes like Goku drops, now he's able to be a little quicker. Absolutely. Like if we're going off that, he should be faster. He should be faster. He should be able to move a little bit more fluid, and then also not be as tired, because when you move with bigger gloves, it fatigues you more. So he'll have more energy on top of all that. Is Tyson weighing more than Jake? Mike looks like a whole unit. Tyson, if Jake weighs more, I would be surprised. I think Tyson is going to weigh more, but Jake just looks kind of blown up. You know what I mean? It's not the cleanest, like, physique looking weight move up, but we've seen that with like guys like Tarver and James Toney and Bernard Hopkins and all those guys move up. Their bodies didn't really transform into this like this physique that was extremely impressive, Kelly Pavlik style. Like, so my concern isn't really, I guess, the weight. It's more if Jake's going to be tired and not be able to kind of throw that right hand and move properly. Because Mike more than just looked like a unit. Mike looked solid. Fight night, we'll actually see what he can do with that body. But my takeaway is I think Mike Tyson won the media workout. Like, if there was like who won the media workout kind of debate, who looked better, who looked sharper, who impressed more, if there was a poll and who caused the poll to change more in their favor from it, it's Mike Tyson, But Mike for sure concerned me after a certain point in that. Like, he looked very explosive and kind of shocked me in the beginning. But then right after that, he kind of looked like he was missing a pad shot or whatnot. Oh, just like Lisa said, just in time. Mike Tyson was tired after 1 minute, no cap. It definitely looked like he was kind of putting a lot of emphasis in that beginning to kind of maybe show people like, yo, I'm motherfucking Mike Tyson. So, what up, round one? What's up, brother? So, I'm in agreement with you, Lisa. He did look tired, but, Jake also didn't really look like he was fresh in his media workout as well. He looked like the weight was kind of slowing his mojo a little bit. I've been to a lot of his media workouts, and he's usually like jump roping and dancing with his boys, and like I can show you guys. Like, I'll show you. Jake Paul media workout. I'll show you what Jake Paul media workouts used to look like to kind of compare um, what we saw today. Um, let's see. So this is the Tyrone Woodley one, the first one, and it was in Cleveland. Um, so let's compare. Like, and granted, technique wise, he should be a lot better from those fights. So you can already tell, like, he looks lighter back in the day. Yeah, that's what concerned me. Like, he doesn't have the engine to keep it going. And that's what happens when you get older. You know what I mean? There's a lot of weight too that Mike has to carry around. It's not something that he didn't also experience when he was younger. He used to also fatigue a little bit the longer the fight goes. But with Mike Tyson heavyweight, anything can change. You can see technique wise, like Jake is kind of like over committing to his shoulder swings a little bit too much, and his rhythm's a little bit not as fluid. But even then, like, I feel like his energy was kind of low today. Let me see. That's a Jake Paul. Let's see. This one was okay. This is when I went to Florida. Undercard media workout. Okay, that was. I want to like see, cause he was dancing with his boys, and like that let me know like his energy was like. This might be it right here. All right. Okay. See, so like his energy for this seems like he seems a lot more energetic. See, he had his boys, they were dancing. See, like like he was turned like very like granted you probably feeling like, hey, I'm fighting Mike Tyson, so I gotta lock in, but even then, like he had all this extra energy to look, my man out here doing TikTok dances and kind of actually he's actually killing it. I ain't gonna lie. Like they were turned in Cleveland. Like this. Yeah, yeah. Hold on. Let me rewind this back. Like Jake had so much more energy for his other fights to do this. His media workout today looked very like I have to go through this, and I'm gonna just not overkill myself. I'm gonna just steady pace myself. I don't really need to show too much, but still, you can tell like he had actual energy. He was able to move, comfortable, like mobility. Like he just seemed actually fresh. This kind of seemed very sluggish, slow energy, kind of trying to match the unit of Mike Tyson. You can see when he was trying to throw the hooks, he was really trying to rip into the punches, like, So technique wise, you saw his flaws back then, but you know, yeah, that's what happened with old champs. They still got it in bursts, but need time between flurries. I believe the fight is scripted for Mike to win or draw. I could see that. I could see that. Lisa, I could see that. That's definitely a huge one or two. Either Mike loses because he's old or that. I won't be surprised if the script is for Mike to KO Jake. Jake knocking on Mike will have people more upset than impressed. So that's Mike's problem, not Jake's. Does anyone remember Holyfield was complaining about his corn in the corner? His corn in the corner? What? That was bad. What do you mean? Ah, my corn, my corn. My brother was like, what the fuck did you say? Wait, my corn. How come I don't remember this? Y'all think Jake finna pull a Michael Spinks and freeze as soon as Mike puts that pressure on? Possibly, dude. Like, I wish I wish I could if we have these Mike Tyson. Oh yeah, let check it out. Perfect. I got so I couldn't actually play the Netflix stream of it, but we actually have our own Mike Tyson footage. So we're gonna dissect this, right? We're gonna dissect this right here. So copyright free for us. This is our footage right here. Let's take a look at Mike Tyson. He came out with the French Montana. You know what I mean? Let's see. Let's see. So he got the brace right here. All right. This was pointed out earlier in the chat, right? But let's see how his knees look. Like, cause this is an angle that wasn't actually on the Netflix. I didn't get to see. Like, let's see how he. I can't really play the music anyways, just because of the French Montana music. But we can just rock the visuals, right? Let me hold on. Let me move this highlight out here. Okay. Okay. Hold on. There's gonna be a lot of rewinding. I'm sorry, but okay. Look, he already cutting off the ring. He got some. He can turn the shifts. Oh. Oh. Okay. Yo, Mike won the media workout. Mike won the media workout for sure. But see, that was right there. That was what? That was like a good what? He walked. Let's count. Um, he comes in. Boom. One combination, two combination, right? About 3 to 4 combinations coming up. Boom, 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 boom. About five, six, maybe 6 to 7 combinations worth. Now let's see. Now he's walking. Now he's walking. The energy doesn't seem that the energy don't seem like there was a shift of his intensity went down a little bit right there. All right, like right there. I could be over examining. Help me out in the chat, right? I'm gonna read what you say. But in my feeling, it felt like whatever that energy burst was just kind of went down, as it should, right? You should be getting more tired, but let's keep an eye. I'm impressed though. Like I'm impressed in that first minute. Like I'm for sure impressed. Kind of a little less energy. It's not always perfect pad work, but let's see. Pushing it back a little bit. Kind of losing some chemistry right here. Still throwing with heat. Big guy. He's walking now. There's no bounce. There's no bounce. There's no spring. Kind of just walking down. But then explodes. He kind of walks and explodes. So I'm assuming this might be the system that we're gonna see Mike Tyson do. It's gonna be a lot of walking down, conserving some energy, and then try to get Jake on the ropes, and then really kind of dig in. Smart and pretty much doing some smart cutting off, using minimal movement to try to. But see, all this seems like the energy dips. When he throws his combinations, they're still very sharp. But Jake is going to be on the back foot. He's going to be moving. All right, so I'm gonna pause real quick. All right, let me see what some of you guys are saying, and we'll finish out. Jake did look sluggish on the pass. Usually he does his jump ropes. Right, Mike. I didn't see the jump ropes. Weird McGregor type meditation and dances. He didn't look sharp on the pass. Plus his coaches got him trying to be a slick boxer. Just hope Tyson's nerve doesn't kick in. He uses a cane. That's just normal for a 58-year-old. That's not normal for a 58-year-old moving like that. Yeah, I am impressive. The thing I'm gonna worry about though is he is slowing down because of that knee or his cardio. I actually don't know. My man says money grab. I mean, it's gonna definitely look like that. Ron says, yeah, but the gloves are bigger, bruh. 16. Yeah, I mean these. Is it 16 or 14? I can't. I heard a lot of people say 14. I actually have to do a Google search because I actually do need to know that. But let's watch the rest right here. So Mike Tyson, Jake Paul, glove size. 14 ounces. They're going to be 14 ounces, yeah. So when Mike actually gets you up on the ropes, he actually has good combinations. But see, these little pause and conversations are concerns for me because are these rests that he's kind of doing? And Mike's doing a little skip here now, not a walk, but the punches don't seem like they're actually having the same type of ferocious. They're not pushing shots, but there's obviously a difference from the first minute of this to the end of this. Good little shift. But Jake's still got to be careful at all times just because the fact that Jake is still going to fight the most fundamentally sound boxer in his career. And he could probably be using his youth for a long time, and Mike could still pull out an old trick. And that's what really Mike has to. That's what Mike has to do. He has to really dig in his IQ. You know, he's going to be fighting a guy that's a lot younger, a guy that's also strong, a guy that's going to try to take advantage of your situation. You know, so maybe that's motivated Mike. And at the end of this round, Mike really picked that shit up. So the beginning and the end of this, you know, it's the most impressive part. But somewhere in the middle, he kind of loses the steam limit. But I'm still like in awe. Like I'm still in awe for Mike in the beginning of this. Like, look, like cutting off the ring. If Mike does this, though, most of the time Jake is getting fucked up. Like Jake is getting destroyed. If Mike can actually get in his face with the jab, right? He pumps that jab. If I see Mike pumping jabs out to get Jake to move away from him, and then Mike cuts over like this, he can set Jake up. That jab gonna get Jake to panic a little bit and shift in a direction. Mike get in his face like this. It doesn't matter how confident you train Jake. You know, it's still Mike. Mentally, Jake has to get over that. You know, but if he can kind of weather this beast, I think somewhere along the fight, Jake's gonna try to tire Mike out as long as he doesn't get tired. Yeah, Mike had a better media workout for sure. For sure, it's not even a question. Mike won the media workout. I wonder if we have the Jake Paul stuff yet. No, let me see. Do we have the Jake Paul? I want to compare it side to side because I watched it live. Let me see. Let's see. Jake Paul workout. Okay. Oh shit. So I got another angle of the Mike Tyson. And I do have the Jake Paul. Okay, so I'm going to pull up another angle of this Mike Tyson, all right? Hold on. All right. So let me go through here. Heavyweights wear 16 from 154 and 18, 154. Wait. Heavyweights wear 16 from 154. And 150 or 10 pounds. They're reporting the reports have said that they're 14 ounce, if I'm not mistaken. The bout would consist of 8 2-minute rounds with 14-ounce gloves. So they're 14-ounce gloves. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and do too much googling on this, but they will be wearing 14-ounce gloves. I thought they were 10 ounce though. Like they supposed to wear 10 ounce, and then they added 4 more pounds. Yeah, right. Yeah, okay. I'm not tripping, Coda, right? Heavyweights were 10s, and they're fighting 14s. Yes, all right. I'm not an expert on gloves, but that's what I thought. Yeah, and it's 8 rounds, Lisa. All right, let me get to this other angle because we can take a look at it. And then I got the Jake Paul from a different angle. All right, Mike Tyson. All right, Okay, this is a different angle now. They got this girl looking crazy with this outfit. What is this? Like all this, man. Hey, do your thing, girl. I ain't even mad at you. Wait, is this the same? Am I looking at the same footage? Yeah. Wait, is this the same angle? Hold on, I might be tripping. Right, Tyson turns the back clock. Sorry, I just want to make sure. I think they might be both. Both cameramen are at the same side. Is this the same footage? Hold on. Sorry. I got two videos in here in my. Oh, okay. It's the same footage. This is just the uncut. Got it. Got it. This is the full like end interview. Okay, we already. All right. So same footage. All right. So we don't need to watch that. So we need to watch is the Jake Paul one. Got it. Sorry, I thought there was two, but there are two different videos. One is with the full interview and. Okay, let me cut this. Okay, and then let's get the Jake Paul. So we're gonna watch the Jake Paul, which I was not really crazy about. Okay. So this is Jake Paul's new physique. And Mike is talking while he's training. Yeah, he was talking. She on par with Deontay Wilder with that outfit. Chill, man. I'm not talking about the wear in the fight. I'm talking about what they were working out, what you're showing, not fighting. Oh, I don't know what they're wearing right now. I actually don't know. You're saying those are 16 he's wearing in a workout. Got it, got it. So Round's talking about they're working out with bigger gloves. I got what you're saying. So he's kind of clarifying what they typically train in. Okay, so if you're saying they typically train in this, well then someone came in here and made a point that Mike Tyson was training 18-ounce gloves opposed to 16. So, what's your thoughts on that, Round? You think that's a bigger advantage for Mike Tyson to train in 18s? Kind of become a little more sneaky on his training? Damn, Mike, like Joe Louis, fighting till the end. Oh, man. You hit me with a sad one there, Jamel Jones. Jake fades past round 3 and 6, and then he gets a second one. He can fade with all this new weight. That's what I'm thinking. Like, look, let's actually assess this together. Because, I did watch it live, and now this is a different angle. He looks blown up. I don't think Mike can last past 4 rounds. It might be an early KO. I see a lot of clinching in the fight. Really, Jake seemed like he was trolling and wasn't serious. That's what I would like to think. I would like to think he's trolling. Because don't get me wrong, Jake is not an idiot. Jake has a pretty smart team around him that gives him a lot of solid advice, and I don't think that he's coming in here on some unprepared behavior. More like an inexperience is more of the factor of this, but he has a very experienced group of people around him that's just going to make sure that everything still works in his favor, regardless if it's a close fight or if he loses. It's still going to be leaning his way. Let's see. This is his pad work. Very light pacing. That's why he looks a little tired. So you're saying he looks tired because he has the bigger gloves. So you're saying once he getting them actual gloves round, you saying he gonna really turn it up. That's scary then, because I'm walking away with that Mike Tyson media workout live. Yo, he kind of turned the clock back a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I don't know if I'm tripping, right? Like, this is what we were just kind of breaking this down collectively, right? I don't have a horse in this race, but Jake looking a little flabby, right? Yeah, Ron says yes. I mean, Jake definitely looks flabby, but I turned the music down, Lisa. I mean, one, you can't even hear the pads. It's just Drake music playing. Like, it's gonna get copywritten. The Mike Tyson stuff had, what you call it? Mike Tyson had the French Montana. So Mike Tyson already did a workout. I could play it again, Coyote. We're just going over the footage together and kind of assessing. Nothing from this media workout from Jake has wowed me. Like, if anything, it's kind of like, if I was a betting man, I would have probably took a lot of the money I put on Jake and slid a couple on Mike just after that media workout. Let me throw some over here. Drake. Is he not going to show up? Is he not going to show up too much? Oh, I think you're saying, is he not going to show too much? I don't know. That's kind of the psychological game that I think he might be playing. Like, don't really show too much, but I don't know. The eye doesn't lie sometimes, man. Like, he says he's fat and flat and funky. That's what I'm kind of seeing a little bit, man. But we've seen guys move up in weight and look fat and still look beat. You know what I mean? Like James Toney looked ripped at middleweight, went up to cruiserweight, looked fat as hell, and yet he was beating up a former Ukrainian gold medalist, Vasily Jirov, and went to war. You know what I mean? So I can't always rely on, on like that. So, what do you mean by this? You're GF. He's got done hitting the bad bet. I'll play the Mike Tyson footage again. We're just going back and forth. I'm just saying, like, I'm more impressed with Mike. That's all I'm saying. Like, he's gonna hit the pads next. Oh, actually, I think this set of footage isn't the. Wait. Okay, so this one doesn't have him hitting the. Oh, he did. We already saw it. This is it right here. I don't know. Yeah, Jake looks gash. Jake looks roid free. Could be trouble for him. What do you think about these power shots? I don't know. On the MVP stream, they look a little bit. They sound a little heavier, but technique wise, is he pushing his punches right here? I feel like he pushed that punch right there. Can't be pushing punches against, regardless if it's a 58-year-old Mike Tyson or not. Can't be out here pushing. All right, so we're gonna go back to the Mike Tyson. The boy Mike's gonna win this one. Jake seems slow. Yo, it's crazy because I thought Mike was gonna look slow and Jake was going to kind of have a lot of energy, but yo, Mike looked solid this first 7-8 combination. Tyson's way more explosive than any fighter he's ever fought, even absolutely. Wow, when you play back that Jake workout, he looks rough. He does, right? Like the shortcomings I saw in Mike Tyson's workout actually don't look too bad after watching Jake. Cause like I said, I saw an energy drop from Mike a little bit. And this is me just being very like hypersensitive to every little detail that I can try to imagine, but I'll tell you this: Mike ain't gonna push a punch. The question is, can he get to Jake Paul? I'm more worried about his legs lasting for a long period of time. I don't know, man. Can Mike do it? Can fucking Mike Tyson do this shit? Yo, you say he not turning them either? Who you talking about, Mike or Mike or Jake? Who's not turning? I ain't gonna lie, I came in here like, yo, Jake gonna win this shit, but yo, Mike's starting to make me believe a little bit, man. Am I going against the system, the rigged system that Jake Paul fights the older washed up fighter system? Is Mike going to disprove this? Mike is still quick. Can he last Mike? I mean, that's really yo, cuz his energy does dip in the middle, but he does pick it up. Watch at the end. The end he does pick it up, you know? And that comes from experience regardless of him being old. Regardless of him being old, he knows like, all right, his gas tank a little bit. We do have to worry about his punch resistance. I don't know how well he can take punches at this age. And I think this is where he turns it up a little bit more now. My only thing is when he walks. Is that just part of the training or is that actually... There's a lot of talking in this aspect, so it's just hard to tell. Ooh, that right is... I'm sorry, this Dipset playing, so I couldn't let you... That right was still crisp and loud. That's still solid. That was still a solid left right there. Jake just can't be on the ropes, man. Jake not turning them. He's not. We're going back to the Jake Paul footage, man. We're going back to the Jake Paul footage because yo, Mike looking like a monster right now. Hold on. Did I already? Hold on. Sorry. Let me get this Jake Paul footage so we can slide back and forth, because I need to make a pick before fight night, and I want to stick with this. I don't want to change my pick. I don't want to like. I am really shocked that I'm actually having to do a side by side, thinking that I'm going to be looking at a slow, oh, I knew them. I mean, granted, those edits were pretty choppy. Like, they make Mike Tyson look really like a beast, but I was thinking like, oh man, he about to come in here looking slow. I'm sure it's Jake because Mike is turning his. I'm worried about Mike keeping his hands a bit too low with less mobility in his older years. I can see him getting him in the temple. I am a little worried about the legs, like. And I'm pretty sure Jake's going to try to box, try to keep Mike at the end of the jab. There's a lot of, you can see in their workout what they're doing. There's a lot of jabs. Sometimes you can't tell what their game plan is when they're workouts, but at the same time, with a guy with a couple wins, it's safe to assume that these jab exercises and workouts right here is not because they're going to want to brawl with Mike. It's definitely probably trying to set feints. His pad work should probably go side to side to kind of give him, a moving target. Mike's power is a one-shot kill. Jake has more sharpened punches, but Mike is a killer. Coda says, Ron, I try to tell you, man. Hey, look. The fight ain't here yet. Jake's still the favorite. He's still got to be the favorite. Maybe Mike's legs would be a challenge for him, although his fists are more than prepared. I mean, Jake's legs might be problematic too. I mean, he put on a lot of weight. What up, Mark? Mark says Tyson's going to end him. He's picked the wrong guy this time around. Tyson says he feels his old self, and you got to remember his old self was the baddest man on planet Earth. Rest in peace, Jake. I mean, look, he did turn back the clock in that media workout. He's slowly making me a believer a little bit, man. Oh boy. I've always picked Jake in all these fights, man. That first 60-second onslaught from Mike by the bomb shake, yo. That was a great 1 minute. Like, and I'm wondering, was there like a fatigue in Mike? Were they working on something? Like there was a lot of talking. Like I don't know. Like what if they just did that? Can Mike do that for 2 minutes straight? Like first 3 rounds, I got Mike. Anything past, I got Jake. Noah says facts. Might have to do it in 3 rounds. He knows what to do in there. That is his world, Mike. Indian reaction guy says it's gonna be a lot of clinching. Maybe Jake might be clinching because right now his power shots don't impress me like Mike's. Like they're gonna pull out the heavy bag. This is where he throws his heavy shots. Let's see. I don't like those left hooks. Those left hooks look terrible on Jake. He has a great right hand. His right hand looks still good, but those left hooks look trash. See, right. Let's just look together again. That right hand, solid. He turns. That left doesn't look good. He's trying to get his rhythm. Right looks good. Left looks weird. Left looks weird. Those lefts look weird. That right was a little off, but still his better side. Those lefts don't look good. Mike will win. I got Mike by KO. Let's go. Like Tyson said, he's gonna run like a thief. You can tell in the workout Jake is a distance guy. Absolutely, absolutely. You can for sure, and that's how he sets his right hand. So if Mike makes him smother his work, what is Mike's inside game? See, now we gotta go. Now we gotta go back to go back to Mike Tyson after seeing that shit. Mike gonna turn this up, man. Mike. Jake Paul's going to sleep. If Jake's okay, Mike, he might not be making it out of the ring. I'm jumping in. Fuck, that's me and Jake Paul. Jake's not giving us nothing on purpose. Obviously, keeping his sharpness and speed in his bag until fight night. I mean, look, I want to think that Jake is very smart. He's an intelligent guy. Wouldn't be surprised, and then we'll tell in the first round. We can tell what Jake's mobility is going to be like for the rest of the fight. If he looks like that, then it's gonna be bad. But if his jab's sharper, he's lighter on his toes, and then it's gonna be a Jake fight. But nah, man, y'all tripping. Mike lunges with the jab like better be almost. Look like he's slapping with that left, brother. Right? That left is bad. That is a bad left, Jake. That left hook is bad. That left hook looks weird because there's no technique. It's almost like he's I said torquing his hips, and he's like moving his hand before he shifts his weight. So like he's kind of like it's almost like a push, like he's pushing his shots, and that's why it looks weird. There's no actual torque. His right hand he's comfortable with, right? He can really lunge into it, or like throw a little, you know what I mean? He can feel that shift, but that left feels like there's actual no waist behind it, so it's all arm, like loading up. Mike will see everything coming. I mean, I think. Oh, what up, Attorney Bailey, man? What's up? I didn't even recognize that you came in here all quiet and stuff. Yeah, we just breaking down. Yo, Mike looks sharp. I ain't gonna lie. Jake looking like a one-trick pony with that right hand because, oof, oof, oh, oh man. Mike might fuck around and actually blast Jake Paul out in this if Jake can't get away from him in this first fucking round. Just stay away from that right hand. I ain't gonna lie. Jake has a strong, solid. He turns with his right hand really well. Like he has a really good right hand. So I'm not gonna just completely dismiss the fact that he's a one trick pony. Ryan Garcia has been criticized. They have a really good left and it's gotten him out of a lot of trouble. So Jake, same with the right hand. So if Mike can just endure those sloppy left hooks and dodge the rights, then Mike's gonna be beating the shit out of Jake. Also, Jake was working in the pocket with his coach. Does he forget that's Mike's home, bro? I mean, to be fair, Supreme, you kind of have to. Like, you have to prepare for that. You can't just be thinking, oh, I'm going to keep him at bay and just jab him. Like, you also have to prepare a little bit inside because there's no fucking way that you're going to just jab Mike Tyson. And plus, check this out. This is everything Mike is doing is not with a jab, all right? Mike made Jake Paul, and now he's going to break him. Mike has. Everyone keeps saying Jake hasn't shown everything. Mike might have not either. Mike is just. Keep in mind, Mike is just walking, right? I know Mike. Mike is very. How would I say? Mike is very intelligent when it comes to like the sport of boxing. Like there's reporters and myself that can't even recall a lot of old shit that Mike Tyson knows. He's like a student of the game, like an actual historian, watching old black and white tapes on the old films when he was at Customato's place and stuff. That's how he had to watch all these old tapes. So I find it hard to believe that he's not going to be jabbing his way also to Jake Paul. Like you see it in the beginning, and this was a great jab. Like Mike had a really boom, oof. He ain't show that the whole rest of the workout. He ain't show this. And like I said, he used this jab and he positioned his trainer in a way where most times a person wants to get away from the punches that are going into that direction. So just by just reacting, all right? Like if I'm constantly trying to hit you to your right side, then you want to go to your left side because you want to avoid, right? That's kind of how like positioning your fighter and your opponent with like the jab. So Mike Tyson jabs, boom, right? I don't know if he might even almost hit him. So if he's going to his right side and he's jabbing right here, naturally you want to get away from it. You go to the right, right? Unless you can kind of escape. But so he turns over here to get away, right? Just simulating the situation, and Mike just darts right over. Boom. The rest of the time, Mike does not even jab. Like Mike isn't jabbing the rest. So Mike just showed me in that small amount of time that he has a jab. He still has a very strong, purposeful jab to set him up in position. And he's also using his legs to cut off and then to turn to get. And then there's a jab right there. Boy, Mike better not get. Boy, Jake better pray Mike get tired. Jake better pray Mike get tired. Jake better pray Mike get tired. Oh shit, bro. Oh my god. I'm gonna pray for Jake for the first 15 seconds. And we don't even know. Oh man, yo. Jake, look at that. Mike is sharp, bro. Like, I ain't gonna lie. I pick Jake Paul all the time. Do I have to make a change pick? I gotta go watch the press conference. I gotta see the demeanor a little bit. This media workout is definitely giving me more insight. Ryan got a right to don't compete. You're right. My bad. You're right. He did have a good right. He was bopping Devin all day with the right. Watch the bell ring. Jake Paul instantly start running. Standing in the pocket is suicide. You damn right. Damn right. It's suicide. If Mike wins, where does he go from here? More exhibition thinking. Nah, just retire, bro. Because you're now the Messiah. You're the savior of boxing. You have essentially took this little niche within a niche and crushed that part where most people dislike. All right, that little corner of the sport of boxing that a lot of people always shit on and dislike and all that stuff, which I've grown to understand and appreciate and things like that. So I'm not a hater of it. I'm not. Because get your money, become actual, like, I don't actually hate it. I actually don't have anything negative about it. But I already know, like, Mike knocking out Jake Paul and crushing him will mean so much to the general casual public fans and even the diehard boxing fans that you're the Messiah. Like, when you talk to Mike Tyson, you were the youngest heavyweight champion of the world. You had an undisputed, like essentially, moment in reign. And then you went and fought all these tough guys in opposition. Some you won, some you lost. And then lastly, you come in at a time of 58 where you're the underdog and everyone's thinking you're old and shit. And you come in and you show like, yo, 58-year-old motherfuckers can do this shit. And you just blast Jake Paul out. Come on, man. I try to tell your ass, if Tyson knocks Jake out in one round, the scene would, I think the world would be a lot more impactful. Like that would be more impactful if Mike won. Absolutely. Honestly, I think it would actually kind of like, I don't know, because Jake does bring new faces to sport of boxing. I'm not gonna be that guy and just say like he doesn't. I am a firm believer, but I also feel like Mike will also kind of spark boxing interest to simply just kind of just bring that type of attention. Knocking out Jake Paul as the 58-year-old beloved hero. Like, you're having grown men who worshipped you as a kid jumping out of their bed screaming in their couch. Like, it would be a feeling that's going to give a lot of people to want to get back into boxing. So I think that would be huge. $5 super chat. My boy Attorney Bailey Ron needs some indicator to know when you're alive. Well, I'll make this simple for you guys, right? I'm going to be going live Wednesday, which is tomorrow, for the press conference, Thursday for the weigh-in, and Friday for the fight. And I will have a guest co-host that's going to be doing the live play-by-play, right? And it's a boxer, and I'll give a hint. It was a boxer that Jake may have supposedly was supposed to fight and actually didn't. So that's the clue. So so I appreciate the $5, Bailey. All this stuff always helps. It all goes back. I actually, a lot of the super chats helped me when I was going to Norfolk. So we covered Keyshawn, so I really appreciate. So that, and then I'm gonna have a regular schedule programming coming soon. So like you're gonna start to see this on a regular basis. And then for everyone that's also in here, right? I'm gonna be dropping clues. I got a really special live, like I said, a really special live that's gonna be happening soon with a very notable guest in boxing, a huge guest. So that's all I can say, and it's gonna be a really cool segment. So it's definitely gonna get the boxing world talking to. So like so I'm gonna remember all you guys in here right now, so that when it comes to that time, there's gonna be a lot of people in the chat that I'm like, look, I gotta get to the people who've been rocking with me for consistent streams, and those are the ones I'm gonna be kind of calling out more and more when the big time streams come. These are just the chill ones, so these are all test runs. So once the big time comes, I'm gonna remember all y'all. So Rawan and Coda and Bailey and Lisa and a lot of you guys in here. So Mike is super quick. I'm calling it right now. Here, I'm gonna play more footage. Well, I'll read. Mike is super quick. I'm calling it now. Jake's better be ready. Mike's to rush him right away. First round KO by Mike. I mean, round one telling me to change your pick. I need to talk to the congregation, man. I gotta talk to my big homies, the ones that really allow me to make sure I'm in sync with what I'm seeing. So I not saying I'm a follower, right? I'm not saying I need people's input. I see what I'm seeing, but I just need you guys. I actually are my first congregation, really, but I gotta talk with a couple more people, and if we're all in sync, we're all in sync. So Canelo. Well, let's see. If anything, Mike knocks Jake out 5 or 8 rounds, even more. Should I get the Casamigos ready? Canelo or Badu Jack? Canelo, Tank, Fury. I mean, you guys are, might have got it right, or it might be in a range of somewhere. I promise when you see it, you're like, yeah, okay, that's pretty dope. I'll give one more. I'll give one more clue, and then that's it. All right. There's a lot. It could be an OG. It could be a legend. It could be a top boxer now. It could be a superstar. It might be Mike Tyson. Like I can't really give it who it is, but it's definitely someone who really doesn't do too much. So I'll just leave it at that. Like too much. It's all right. So that's it. Y'all can't probe no more. I'm already giving too much away. The fact that I don't even know what's coming is too much. So, um, let's see. Let's see. Look at the bully pit face by Mike. That alone is scary. Tyson body shots and uppercuts night. Look, man. I told you, Coda. There's no probing, man. There's no probing. Nope. No probing, Snow. There's no probing. No probing. That's it. That's no. But I'm gonna remember all y'all in here. So when it comes, I'm gonna be like, yo, I need. I'm gonna use y'all. I'm gonna talk to y'all amongst it. So it's gonna be dope, man. It's I need my rent soon. I mean, look, man, FightHype wrenches are very, very, very prestigious. So they're very, very prestigious. I'm not even the one that hands out wrenches on the. I don't. You know what I mean? So who knows? Who knows how this works? We'll figure things out. Tell you, man, I don't want those. There's some streams that's like the whole thing is full of wrenches. It might not even be some wrenches. It might be like employees. Like I'm not the one that gives out the wrenches. So, but Round One says hit the likes, man. I'm calling Kevin. Kevin don't even got power like that. What? Kevin just got on the scene, and Kevin ain't gonna have no wrench power. Come on, brother. Come on, man. Now I got love for Kev. But we ain't the wrench givers, man. There's only one wrench giver. And it ain't even me. So that's just how that works. Put your money where your mouth is and put that money on Mike. You know you want to. Oh man. See, this is the thing. I don't want to be switching back and forth. Like I don't want to be inconsistent. Oh my God. Yo, Bailey, bro. First and foremost, chill out. Like chill out on the super chats, brother. Yo, when that time comes, I promise you better be there, okay? Because you've been a humongous supporter of all this. So I need you to be there when that time comes, and it's definitely like honestly, I'm gonna tell you when that time comes what this paid for. That $40, I'll promise you, I'll tell you what that paid for. Because you just literally paid for a aspect of what that mega stream's coming. So I really appreciate it 1,000%, man. And you're gonna laugh when you know what it is. So study fights and focus. As your knowledge grows, so will your credibility. Yo, I really appreciate it. Like I never thought like in a million years that watching boxing would end up making this like my career. Traveling, going to places, interviewing, and then now starting to soon run these cool ass shows, man. And I'm starting to already do calling shows. Coda came on here. I think I've seen Bailey started coming on my boy Kevin's. Oh, you came. I think you came. I don't know if you came on. I think you would. No, you came on, but you didn't show your face at the time. You were, I think, my first caller ever. So, yeah, like you guys will always forever be like in a prestigious spot, like if it was like Pokemon. So I really appreciate it, and I never thought I'd be able to kind of like have something cool like this. So ultimately, at the end of the day, I'm going to really put a lot of the effort. Like I've been covering boxing for almost 10 years. Put all my effort covering boxing outside, right? So that means like trying to meet the right people, coming on my own dime, being able to like work with FightHype and collaborating to interviewing almost every known boxer out there and building relationships to now. So all my effort now from everything I did from covering boxing outside is now going to really focus on creating something here for you guys, because it's one thing from being able to go on platforms and FightHype and other platforms and watch interviews and like debate, but I really feel like there isn't really a platform that's super fancy and has all the bells and whistles and it's all crazy, and we have like our own footage. Like think about it, we have our own footage to actually break down. That's not gonna get flagged and things like that. I got my boy Kevin who's starting to do some shows, who's bringing on guests and things like that. Like we go to all the fights, and the next segments I got are like crazy, like gonna be so crazy, and it's gonna bridge so many worlds. So I'm putting all my money and my resources. Um, I wish I could show you a lot of the stuff in here, but you're gonna see me on here all the time. So I really, really appreciate you guys. Are the reason why like I'm able to do this. Like you guys are constantly coming in here, so I really appreciate all you guys, and thanks for that generosity, Bailey. Hopefully Turkey can get with Netflix. That would be huge. I mean, he bought Ring Magazine, Snow. So I mean, if you bought Netflix, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, right? Big step up, but he paid for the bottle. No, 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 no. When that, I'll let him know what he paid for, and he's gonna laugh, and it's gonna be super cool. I'll even pull up the receipt too, so I'll show the receipt. Um, Jake's chin looks like a diving board. I hope Mike does a cannonball off it. Yo, man, I think I might have to switch to Mike soon, man. This he looks sharp, man. But remember, it's 8 rounds. It's 8 rounds. Patrick, you came in at the sympathy part. You came in at the point where I was thanking my chat for being very faithful and generous. But what we were actually talking about throughout all of this is how Mike Tyson looks way better than Jake Paul in his media workout so far. So I got it up right here. Let me know what you think. Bailey says, "I know been let's see. I know been where you are. Someone help me pass it on. I appreciate it, man. We all with you on the journey, man. Facts. Appreciate it, Supreme. Look, I'm telling you, it's gonna be crazy coming up. Um, I do need to text this person, but I don't want to say too much. I've already kind of dropped a lot. So, I need some help times or hard out PM. E922, Boxing Voice. You know, just for a fun fact, I came from the Boxing Voice. So shout out to everyone over there. Um, very, very, very blessed. They're the ones that actually allowed me to get my foot in the door. And then FightHype was able to help me elevate. So, um, ultimately, I will always, always, always respect and pay homage to Ness and all them. So they're doing their thing, and regardless of what people think, everyone has their opinions, but I appreciate them as well. So shout out to Ness, shout out to Boxing Voice. I'm always gonna pay my respects. That's where I got my first legitimate, real credentials from. So thanks a bunch, and I do peep them every once in a while. So when I get some chance, yeah, he definitely bought the Ring magazine, 100%, and he's gonna try to buy everything else. He is not stopping. Turkey's trying to buy everything. I watch FightHype every day. Has all the news. It's like Fox and CNN are boxing. We're still like trying to grow a little bit more, a whole bunch of stuff. So if you understand like the concept of like Fox and CNN, right? So we have a whole bunch of interviews, but we don't have like a lot of show segments and things like that. So that's pretty much what's going to you'll start to slowly see more. This is kind of like, a starting point. So if you guys have ideas too, like please shoot them. I'm not against things. We'll have a whole bunch of different co-hosts and a whole bunch of different things. So all these things are test runs of stuff, seeing what you guys like, what you don't like. And please vocalize and let me know, like, if you like more of something or like less of something, then I'll be more than happy to kind of like work on those things. So next today was asking who's the biggest two boxers. I mean, when it comes to events, I think you have to slide in Jake in there. But if you're just talking about pure boxing, Canelo and Tank, and maybe you can do AJ. Floyd always, but like, not really count that. I would probably say Canelo and Tank. Canelo, Tank, Jake. Probably Canelo and Jake, and then Tank. It also depends on who your dance partner is too. Daddy Jake will win. Jake will be the face of boxing after this win. Nate, this is a serious win. if Jake gets it. It's definitely gonna elevate him on Netflix big time. But Nate, I picked Jake to win, but you see the workout? You see this? You see that? You know what? You know what I want to do for kicks and giggles? That's not sped up, but let's see what Mike Tyson looks at 2 times speed. And we're gonna do Jake Paul 2 times speed and see who looks better double speed. You kind of actually can see fundamental flaws a little bit when it's 2 times speed. And actually, Mike's fundamentals are still solid. Man, middle of that workout though, he did slow down though. He did slow down. He did slow down. He did slow down. It kind of seems more apparent the 2 times speed. Strangely enough, he actually looks kind of more tired twice as fast. But let's 2 time let's see what Jake looks like 2 times. I'm sorry. I'm just being a goofball. Let's 2 time Jake Paul. He did the Hulk Hogan. What was that? Okay. I don't know, man. What was that? I don't know. Jake has to be hiding something, man. This workout looks trash. Is that a wait? Hold on. Did we miss something instrumental? Is he in a southpaw stance? Yo, ain't nobody catch this? Ain't nobody catch Jake in a southpaw stance doing a lead hook? Ain't nobody caught this? We ain't even talk about Jake in a southpaw stance. What is this? We just missed this? How long was he in this stance? I didn't even realize that. Jake don't be switching. Yeah, he's in a southpaw stance. Huh. It's interesting. It only took me to speed up the film twice as fast for me to realize he's doing stuff in a southpaw stance. I kind of feel a little stupid. Those left hooks are terrible. Oh my god, stop. 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 No more left hooks, please. No more left hooks, please. I'm getting sick. No more left hooks, please, Jake. No more. Please. Stop the left hooks. No more left hooks, please. These left hooks are terrible. Oh my. Okay, I'm done trolling, but that's interesting. He went softball. That's very interesting. He said Jake sent shade when he said Ali and Mike Tyson. I mean, ever. Look at Mike Tyson, man. So inspirational. Like, if Tyson breaks Jake's body, it's a wrap. One good body shot could change the game. has Jake really been hurt to the body? Has anyone really even tried to go to the body? It's interesting. It's a good point. Oh yeah, I got two-time Mike Tyson. Let's get back to. Yo, just Mike looks sharp here, man. My worry is if he can take a punch or not. Yeah. Watching back, I think Mike gassed. This pad guy was talking too much, messed him up. Maybe. Might be right. Jake's right hand is scary. It is going to be his best shot. I'm not going to lie. He has a good right hand. He actually has a good technique with it. I tuned back in and wonder why Jake was bouncing like crazy. I'm sorry, Kyle. Yeah, he did switch southpaw. That was crazy. That would be a big mistake if he switched. He needs to stay orthodox. I don't see anything he can do in that. I know he might try to do like a lead hook, right? But what if he gets past the lead hook? Then now you have a sloppy ass left. Tyson should at least be allowed to use PEDs. How is this even real? What happened to Tyron Willie might happen to Mike. That'll be kind of rough to see. How many pay-per-views do you think this gets? It's all Netflix. You just need a Netflix subscription. So no pay-per-view. So if you already own Netflix, you just turn it on Friday. Sadly, Shushu Carrington, Shadasia Green, and Lucas Baldy, the one that knocked out Ashton Silva, all be on a YouTube prelim. Then the rest would be on Netflix. Jake said Ali and Mike Tyson were two of the best boxers of all time. Ness was saying it could be shade towards Floyd. Was it, he said, who was the biggest or who was the best? I mean, you know, Ali and Mike Tyson were like iconic, like, you know, fighters where you can kind of look back and feel like they meant so much more than boxing because of all the boxing historians would praise their, you know, accomplishments. And, you know, Mike, these are larger than life guys. Like, you're either going to hear Ali, you're going to hear Floyd, you're going to hear Mike Tyson, you're going to hear Sugar Ray Leonard, like Della Hood, like, so it's just a preference, right? You know, and maybe Jake doesn't like Floyd. That's fine. You know, he did fight his brother. So, look at Mike's neck. It looks like a fire hydrant. He finna eat Jake's shots. Bro, he might actually just walk through some Jake Paul shit at 58. If those punches don't hurt Mike, oh my God. What up, Catman 007? Hey, peace signs. What's up, brother? Attorney Bailey says, I hope Jake Paul is practicing different jabs and punches off the... Wait, let me get in my boxing zen. I hope Jake Paul is practicing different jabs and punches off the jab from angles. Otherwise, need to start talking about Karen, the guy that fought Boots, when talking about top fighters between 140 and 147. I guess there's two sentences in that. So I believe Jake Paul definitely needs to do a lot more than just, like you said, just a single jab. Level changes, changing speeds, changing power, like all the fundamental stuff of a good boxer, right? You never want them to kind of predict what type of shots come, and you want to change it every time. So any type of variation of a jab is great, and I second that. Karen, I think Karen did extremely well. I think Karen and the whole Eastern European fighting style doesn't get enough credit. So, but at the same time, I'm not going to use that as an excuse for Boots kind of looking kind of bad. He kind of like was looking for a knockout, then he got frustrated, and then he relied too much on his athleticism. And then his dad and him didn't have any chemistry, and it was just a nightmare performance. And he dominated, he won, but because people have placed him on this unrealistic expectation up here, like he's going to be the next coming of Roy Jones Jr., the criticism is going to match that when you have kind of a competitive fight. And that's what Veteran was in, a competitive fight. And because of that, even though he won, and there was no controversy, and he did drop the guy, he has now looked like a mere mortal. And that, my friend, is probably just as bad as having a loss. Because now all the hype that you have created has been completely thrown aside. And now you have completely eradicated the boogeyman and took away the allure and almost killed people's public perception of like you actually being able to beat Bud. Yeah, people still gonna want to see it, and you're gonna hear people say stuff like, "Well, Bud didn't do it, so you never know. Style makes fights." But a performance like that leaves a lot more to the imagination than the actual interest of the fight. And that's what Duran's performance did. He has to have another fight to kind of show that was just a one-off. Mike coaches on some WWE stuff. You know, he was actually an MMA. He works in the MMA field and stuff like that. I think it's like Kings. Something Kings is his gym out in Cali. Mike knows. Oh shit! I don't even have the chat up. Mike knows what a true champion training camp is. I'm sure he tested his punch resistance with some hard sparring. He's confident Jake is not. I wonder who their sparring partners are too. Like that's actually something that we didn't really probably get too much information, but I'm actually curious now thinking about it. Who are their sparring partners? And who would you get to emulate Jake Paul, right? Such a interesting, maybe just some young guy that just kind of could just work you. That just sounded terrible. Oh my God. I'm sorry. Get some like young anyways, next, I don't know. I don't want to try to salvage that. Probably make it worse. Interesting fight for sure. Supreme Tic Tac. Can Jake Paul fight moving backwards? To be honest, most of his fights he is moving backwards. So he's usually kind of boxing and moving and making sure that these guys are at the end of his jab so he can line up a right hand. Tyson still looks pretty quick if he really wants to be, right? All I want to do is just watch Mike Tyson's media workout all day. I could literally watch the first 30 seconds over and over and over. Mike, Mitt guy is Mitt guy is being over dramatic. He's always been like that. If you watch the clips, he's always like, oh. But most guys are like that. I've seen Bomac take a knee from Crawford in training. Like kind of imitating like a body shot. Cooked him. If Daddy Jake wins, you think Floyd or Canelo finally stop ducking and fight him? I think really this is a great opportunity for Canelo. You know what I mean? Floyd has done a lot of exhibition stuff, and yeah, I mean Floyd can fight anybody, but Jake wants to fight Canelo. I think it's a prime fight for Canelo to kind of come in his kind of like money Canelo era, right? And just cook this guy. And I think if Jake sleeps Mike Tyson, I don't see why Canelo don't take that fight. Like, bro, like to be honest, people want to see you fight David Benavidez. If you ain't fighting David, people want to see you fight Crawford. If you ain't fighting Crawford, you're already not undisputed because you dropped one of the belts. Like, who the hell do you fight? Fight Jake Paul. Like, get this easy bag, get this money, knock this motherfucker out. Like, you know what I mean? Like, do that. I don't know what Canelo's doing, man. Now we're looking at this, and Mike Tyson might end up preventing that from happening if he's really like that. Jake used some heavyweight named DeAndre Savage. That's the guy he drops with the right hand. Huh. I have to do some research on that, Mike. I'm not gonna lie, like I haven't really been like doing my research on this fight, but I'm very aware of like, you know, Mike's career and, you know, Jake's, you know, come up. Mike was sparring a heavyweight named Mike Russell. Really? Let me see. Mike Russell. And I think there was another name I saw. You guys say. Mike Russell and DeAndre Savage. DeAndre Savage. DeAndre Savage is 6-0. 6-0, 6 KOs. Okay. So up and coming guy. Mike Russell. Was he like a cruiserweight? How much you betting on Daddy Jake? I don't bet because I hate losing money, and I cover boxing and I'm usually right, so I probably make a lot more than I lose. But if I was a betting man, though, I would bet more on Jake. hmm But I need a face off, I guess. I actually we do have face offs. I don't know, man. Jake just looks trash at that media workout, and I feel like I'm being set up for failure. Jake should fight Gabe Rosado for a real test. Mm, Gabe's kind of small. Big guy has probably accidentally ate some punch. Oh, for sure he's eating some punch. He looked like he just ate one right there. Did he eat a punch? Slow motion time. No, he definitely didn't eat it, but boy, he definitely sells. Oh shit, my camera went out. My bad. He definitely ate that shot. Um, he's like 7-0 with no contest, 33-0. I'm not impressed, but Jake drops him and says, "Don't charge me, Mike." Oh, so he's using a similar sparring partner. Okay. This event's huge. Boxing promoters need to step it up. Top ranked PBC to zone. Instead of having musicians perform off the money into promoting better, Jake really is outdoing everyone. I mean, it's kind of his thing, right? He's not like a he's bigger than I guess boxing, right? He came from the influencing YouTube world, so his brother is a partner of Prime, and Prime is doing crazy, and um, but yeah, I agree. Boxing definitely does not know how to promote a lot. I'm not gonna disagree, Lisa. That boxing sometimes I look at that shit like, what are you doing? Even just basic stuff like press conference. I told you before the fight that Karen is good. Karen's up on another level. Boots had to reach deep to beat Karen again. Boots showed some special stuff again, but not like the first fight. Still good. Yeah, Karen came to fight. Karen for sure came to fight. But I think the thing is, when you watch the fight, it's not like you saw two guys matching skill for skill. You saw a guy who was physically reliant on his athleticism, while another guy was kind of like outworking him in pockets, and and actually was just using kind of like basic boxing fundamentals to kind of get that stuff to happen. While Boots would kind of rely on this too much, and I don't know, like it just wasn't being put together at all. So, of course, did I end on good terms? Absolutely. Yeah, like I know usually there's a lot of bad stuff. A lot of people have left on bad terms. No, no. Great terms actually. To be honest, like um, every blue moon, I'll hear from Ness, but he knows I'm busy doing stuff at FightHype and things like that. So, but when we were crossing paths a lot of times in top rank stuff, we always chat and talked and stuff like that. The top rank gym. No, trust me, I'm probably, if not maybe one of 1,000 out of the people that was there, and I'm probably one of the only ones to kind of leave on solid terms, and that's really what I wanted it to be on, solid good terms, because really at the end of the day, it's like more of an appreciation, and that's about it. You know what I mean? Like I don't see why I would have anything negative, so we never. Like I'm like dead serious too. Like you could clip that, you can send it. He knows what's up. Like we on good terms. That's my guy. I always say like he's the guy that got me in, so I'll always be appreciative, and I'll always, every once in a while when I get a chance, try to peep in, and especially when they got some hot stuff going on over there. So shout out to them, man. He's always been a worker too. So what up, L Dub? What's up, brother? What's going on, man? How's your day, man? We watching Mike Tyson footage all day because Jake Paul's footage was trash. He did not show up to promote. So, man, there is so much music. I'm sorry, I can't even play the audio. I feel like there's so much copyright music playing in all this. Jake should fight Jai Apataya if he wants to fight a solid cruiserweight. Jake don't Jake ain't fighting a solid cruiserweight, man. Like that boy's a prospect and he's trying to pick on names. So eventually one of these names are gonna get to him. It might be Mike Tyson. He already did lose to Tommy Fury. I thought Jake would beat Tommy Fury, so I've been wrong. Jake has taken a loss. I know it's two different weight classes, but skill wise, Keyshawn Davis looks more impressive than Boots. Um, this is my thing about Keyshawn Davis. And I agree with you, Mike. I actually do. I feel like with Keyshawn Davis, when you look at certain fighters, let's just say like flashiness, right? Some fighters at a 10 is extremely flashy. So I feel like Boots is a 10 in flashy. And maybe like Keyshawn or like Boots is like an S in flashiness when he's like doing his stuff. And Keyshawn might be like a A minus, right? And then Boots might be like defense. What we saw Saturday was probably like he has like a S or A plus, but then he has like a B in defense. Keyshawn's like an A minus. Boots power might be questioned a little bit in some people's eyes. So let's say his power is like a B plus. Keyshawn's like an A minus. Notice what I'm doing? Keyshawn is more like consistent in everything. I don't really see one thing outperforming something else that he does. What I see is him being consistent on everything. And that's a well-balanced fighter. And I think Keyshawn, in this process of becoming a champion, which we will see, right? He needs to, next is a step up. He's going to keep on stepping up. But I think Keyshawn is more well-rounded in all the departments, right? Boots is like a guy who relies on a lot of athleticism, and I don't know. We'll have to see because even though Boots is a champion, I put Boots and Keyshawn and all these guys in the same kind of spot because they haven't really fought like another champion, let alone like a contemporary, like an equal. So I need to see that so they can start to separate themselves. But I'm extremely impressed with Keyshawn, just handling everything. Like in Norfolk, that was. Listen. I'm always going to go to a Norfolk fight. Always. I'm always gonna go. Like you can't talk me out of it. I will always go there. Like that was great. Now I was gonna go to Philly, but I was tired, and I decided just to come home and do a show. But I was gonna go out to Philly to see what the temperature was, and I'm kind of glad I didn't. But I'll definitely, if more opportunities come, I'll go out to Philly. But Norfolk was just different, man. That it it was Pusha T, Michael Vick, like you just felt like stars was in the building and stuff. I don't even think they showed a single star at Boots' fight, which I'm not saying that's not taking away, but for Keyshawn's first homecoming and he was bringing like local Virginia State legends and like obviously you got the backing of Crawford and Shakur and just it in the storyline it just felt like a coming out, like that was Keyshawn's coming out party. And that's really important in the sport of boxing to be able to put all that together. Dancing and showboating and talking trash after the fight. Like he just everything has been about Keyshawn over the week. So Keyshawn has just been on the rise. His stock went up. So boxing on Friday is better. College football is on Saturday. Yeah, I mean it's hard to compete, in the U.S. with everything. So I think boxing at any time where there's not a major event is good. So Saturday, John Jones fight. So I'm gonna be watching that. Jake's prospect level fighter, but go a level money maker in a business. Absolutely, bro. Like Jake actually promotes his fights. You know how many fighters don't promote their fight? Like it's absolutely insane for me to even sit here and talk to fighters when they're talking about they deserve this and they wish they got more of this, but they're not going to promote their fight outside of the week of, and they don't really want to do that either. So that's on them. So you got to be entertaining outside. Floyd has said this so many times. You have to be not just entertaining in the ring, but you have to be entertaining outside of it. You got to promote. So who's gonna want to watch your fight if you're not getting them to go there? So I think Keyshawn is doing a better job of all that so far because it shows, regardless if you hate what he's doing or you love what he's doing. Like, I think more people are walking away from the Keyshawn thing going, man, I'm impressed. I enjoyed it. I liked it. Now, when you start calling out Tank, that's when you get some of the detractors saying, like, well, I don't know if he's ready for Tank, this, that, and whatnot. But even those guys walked away from that night like, yo, I had a good time. Like, that was fun. That was cool. Like, they enjoyed it. And I think Keyshawn put it together really well. And if he keeps doing that, I think Top Rank will have a superstar pretty soon. Now, the next thing is he just needs the names. You know what I mean? He needs the names to keep the momentum. So he needs to obviously get those guys. I have to check Boots out. Yeah, that I mean, his performance, his last fight was pretty mid. If you're first time checking out Boots, you gotta check the Villa fight. But yeah, like Lisa said, Boots' defense was C last Saturday. So I am being very nice. You know what I mean? But I like to see consistency. I guess he has shown flaws in his defense. Very consistent. I just know that I feel like as a guy that's been covering Boots, I've been to the gym, I've talked to him, I've seen him. I feel like his athleticism has kind of slowly became his like weapon of choice, like his comfort level, because I've seen his IQ. I've seen him kind of do some things, but he has been getting touched for a very long part of his career. So I guess maybe that is the consistency. I think from Sergey Lipinets to even the fights before that. I mean, David Avenesian. I mean, he might be a C as like default. Like his defense might be C for real. So you're right. Mike is old and the video shows it, but Mike can still close the distance. Amazing. Yeah. This is the final boss for Jake. Like if you ever see Street Fighter, like this is the final boss, man. Boots is special. Watch how Boots throws his punches, and Boots can throw short, compact punches and combinations. Yeah, when he hurt Karen and dropped him, he was hitting with a whole bunch of combinations. Boots is an incredible combination puncher, but he also lacks the defense in those combinations, and he can get caught in between, which was Karen was doing. So it leaves his head a little too high, and he forces too much of the idea of I gotta get a knockout in his brain. I want to see Boots versus Virgil. I think that's a great fight. Actually, Worst Behavior TV. I think that is actually a necessity because they both had fights that had people questioning them, but at the same time, we both know that really they are made for each other stylistically. So I really like Keyshawn. Still gotta see more to be sold. Yeah, see, I think that's what Keyshawn is right now. I think Keyshawn is the guy that everyone likes. Everyone just wants to see a little bit more before they can really just put their thumb on it and stamp like I'm going all in, right? I'm putting all my chips on Keyshawn. So Keyshawn has got everyone's attention. Now he just needs to convince everyone that I'm all in, and I think he can do that. I think Top Rank's moving him right. So Boots fight reminded me of James Toney versus Mike McCallum. Tony fought McCallum, was tested but grew. Boots at least is fighting very difficult competitions. Boots will grow. Oof. Can I compare Karen to either Mike McCallum and James Toney at the stage when they fought each other? I get what you're saying. The analogy is he's fighting difficult competition and he'll grow. You're pretty much saying Tony got tested by Mike McCallum. But Mike McCallum is Mike McCallum, you know what I'm saying? Like, could I say Karen was Mike McCallum? Like, I felt like watching James and Mike McCallum, I saw two solid fighters on their own. And I guess I would have to watch more Karen. I can't front. I don't really watch a lot of Karen fights, but I just feel that there was a lot of like obvious mistakes that Boots was doing, like not getting his head off the line. Like if Boots was like doing Boots like everything, he was looking sharp, and Karen was still tagging him, I would agree. But there were just things that I felt that Boots could have just did that would have made things easier. And relying on hands down and doing athleticism, not resetting properly and admiring your work, head not off on the line, standing in the corner when you should be sitting. Like you started to get tired at the end of the fight. Like there's just too many minor mistakes that I'm just not a fan of. So I'm just keeping a buck. So and I talk to Boots's like family members and stuff like that, so they know I keep it a buck. I'm not here to sugarcoat. So I mean, it's not hate, just saying what I I feel is very obvious. So Karen is not getting credit for being a good fighter. Karen will give Haney Ryan to your problems. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of this is my problem with American boxers, right? And it's only a few that's kind of like passed the test consistently, and Terrence is one of them. You got to be able to fight all different styles, and if you're not familiar with a style, you got to have many different adjustments to eventually comfortably figure it out. When I watch a guy like Terrence fight these Eastern European fighters, I watch him go through the same issues that all these other guys do, but then he makes the adjustments. Like Terrence might be the Eastern European assassin at this point. Like he's stopped. I mean, he dropped Victor Postal. He stopped Mean Machine. He beat Majamov. Like these are all solid Eastern European fighters. And what I'm noticing is like a lot of these fighters when they come across like and Devin fought Lomachenko 1,000%. You know, a tough fight. Boots just fought Karen. I think it's just I think there needs to be a little bit more effort when it comes to studying that type of style and understanding their habits. You know, they have like this European rhythm step that I think a lot of people aren't familiar with, and they need to get acclimated to that because it takes them a really long time to figure out if not, actually they do well early and then they kind of like struggle at the end. So I'm looking for you to pull through. So, but yeah, Karen's, it seemed from what I saw, Karen seemed like he was game. So Lisa says Boots' punch placement and accuracy, his output is good. His main problem is head movement, especially when he's moving backwards. He stands. Hold on. Let me process one more time. Boots' punch placement, accuracy, and output is good. I agree. His main problem is his head movement, especially when he's moving backwards. He stands square at times and have to reset on his feet out of position. I agree with that. To be honest, Boots is definitely like a guy who admires his work or even stops in combinations to look. You're dead on about his head placement, and he does become square pretty often. Even when he's throwing his combination, he'll get caught in between. So I'm in agreement. I don't know what it is that his defense is just not it, but it's starting to become concerning. And at a moment, you're just kind of sitting there wondering, like, is he about to get knocked out? Like, there was moments where Karen was hitting him with some shit, and I was like, fuck, man, his Boots about to get knocked out? Like, they were flush. Like, flush. So, when Boots goes for the knockout, he's thinking of his output, but not being defensive responsible. That will work against. You've seen it, too. He'll throw a bunch of punches and get caught in between. So, you're 1,000% right. Catman says, what do you think about Pitbull Cruz? I think Pitbull is a solid fighter. I think he has a lot of offensive attributes that make him good, but when he can't catch his opponent, I don't think he sets his shots up really well. Like, he struggled against what's that guy that he fought in the Earl Spencer Crawford fight, Cabrera. He struggled against Cabrera. He struggled with Rayo. I mean, Tank was boxing him with one arm, right? Like when you got a guy that can actually box, Pitbull can't, and it could be his size, but Pitbull cannot legitimately beat a solid boxer. Rolly was actually catching him with a lot of shot too. I think he's a fun rock'em sock'em fighter, but I think the elites all beat him. I don't think anyone with good sense of distance and boxing and picking shots and is gonna have any issues with Pitbull. So yeah, I think he's fun for the sport. But the Rayo fight didn't surprise me that he won. And if he loses again against Rayo, then he has a long way to climb back up. He can make some fun fights, but And I think the hype will go away once if he loses Ryo again. Keyshawn for sure is on the come up. I'm impressed, but Tank stops him in 9, but Keyshawn's looking like a mini Crawford. You know what's the takeaway that everyone says about Keyshawn? Which I love this, right? This is what we need for sport. Everyone's like, yo, Keyshawn is ready for Tank. Do I think he beats Tank? No, but I think he can hang. That's the energy I get from everybody. And that's good because you want guys to come up and actually give an impression like, yo, he can hang. And I think Keyshawn has the right attitude, the right vibe to fight a guy like Tank. Just now he just needs more professional experience and understand like how to match that type of professionalism, right? You know, Gustavo Lemos was a great step up, but it's not the fight that's gonna actually sway many people to think he'll beat Tank. But I think he's in the talks of the idea of the general public that's a fight people want to see. And when people say they want to see Tank fight him, doesn't mean necessarily that they're like, oh, they think he's gonna win, but I think they're interested in the idea and they see potential, and that potential keeps growing. Then I think you're gonna start seeing a lot more people start to switch to Keyshawn than Shakur and Devin, just because of his style. So I really see Keyshawn's popularity, if he keeps dominating that type of fashion, to actually start to eclipse some of these guys' attention and slowly become the average boxing fan's favorite. Because you gotta love a guy that talks trash, backs it up, you know, he's a lot of energy, doesn't turn down the smoke. 6 pounds, 5 pounds, I'll still fight you. You know, choose and pick the better opposition than Nicholas Walters. He can bring a hometown crowd. So just patience, you know. I think if Keyshawn is fortunate to get some good guys like a Lomachenko or like some other names, then we're in a great running for Davis versus Davis. You're absolutely right about Boots was squaring up for a nanosecond, and Karen stood in the pocket and exploited that. You're absolutely right about Boots' defense, but not many fighters can exploit that. I don't know about that. I think I saw enough in that, which I feel like a lot of fighters will exploit Boots. Because remember, like, Boots has an allure, all right? And that allure was crushed Saturday. So what's going to happen is if people are willing to go in there and fight, we'll actually be able to see how true that is. But I think the consistency of people questioning his defense has been more than over a year now. And over the last 4, 5, 6 fights outside the Villa fight, I think that's been everyone's biggest concern. His defense, his defense, his defense. He gets his too much. His defense, his defense. Saturday was kind of like almost to the point where seemed like Karen watched all those fights, heard everyone say that, and said, you know what? Let me find out this time. And he was right. His defense is suspect. So Villa's not a style that's going to give Boots problems. You know, Sergey Lipinets is a style that's not going to give Boots problems. An offensive counter puncher will give Boots problems, because of a guy that wants to punch in between Boots' combination. Remember, when you throw combinations, you're leaving yourself open in between too. A guy that punches in between combinations is gonna likely be Boots' downfall if he's not defensively responsible between those things. That's why I think a lot of people see Terrence, who's very offensive in his counter shots, very selective in his shots in the pocket, and he'll pick the right shot and even kind of take a shot to give one. See, like, I wish I could play boxing footage, right? I want you guys to realize, like, it's like Keyshawn did it, right? That's why people say Keyshawn is like a similar of like a Crawford. Keyshawn in the second knockdown, off like an offensive, and maybe it might be a B&B thing, like a Bomac thing, but he was able to catch Gustavo Lemos before Gustavo Lemos hit him, right? And the second punch kind of seemed like the steam was going off because Keyshawn caught him, but he'll be willing to kind of like try to beat you to the punch and catch you. So Crawford did that with Spence, I think, on the second set of knockdowns when he was on the ropes. When I was at that fight and the angle I was sitting at, it looked like Spence winded up and caught Crawford with a hook, like a winged shot over the top. But I didn't see Crawford kind of catch him in between that shot. So even though Terrence got hit with the Spence shot, he took a chance and actually dropped Spence while Spence was kind of falling into the shot after getting hit. Keyshawn did that in the Gustavo Lemos fight. He kind of like got caught, but already caught Gustavo Lemos. Trying to be an offensive counterpuncher, which you don't see a lot. You see a lot of defensive counterpunchers from a distance, slip, boom. But to kind of want to come in, I think Boots will get caught if he doesn't tighten his defense against an offensive counterpuncher. And I think guys like Tank, I think guys like Terrence, I think right now like Keyshawn, these are like offensive counterpunchers. And honestly, they're some of my favorite fighters to watch. Inoue is an offensive counterpuncher. David Benavidez, you see it. He offensively counterpunches. So Boots, I think, will fall victim to an offensive counterpuncher if he doesn't clean his defense up. Karen was an offensive counterpuncher, and he wasn't afraid to go and let his hands go. So a lot of that has been exploited, meaning that, in a sense, Boots would take a lot of risk, but he does not minimize the risk coming back at all, at almost any point, unless he relies on his athleticism to kind of get out of the way. So, I wanted that rant just to kind of say, but not. I think a lot of fighters can't exploit that when they kind of understand what I'm saying. I think they've seen enough. There's only a matter if Boots can come to the next fight and actually show, like, yeah, I got defense this time, bro. I got defense now. Yeah, Lisa Snow has been on point today. She's been on point. She's always on point. She be watching FightHype, man. But watching FightHype, so she gonna know what she talking about. Yeah, more of a stalk you down on Pitbull. Yeah, Keyshawn should wait like Tank did with Loma. Wait four more years, at least when Tank is 34. Tank's defense isn't good, and it will catch up soon. Yeah, I mean, I think, like I said, like I think Tank's situation, he's an athletic, offensive counterpuncher who likes to take chances. And when you take chances, you're gonna get hit, right? So, when you're a counterpuncher, sometimes you can't actually catch the opportunity to counterpunch, and you actually wait a little too long, and you get caught and get hit with something. So, I think Tank, sometimes he might wait a little bit too long, but he has the ability to kind of like realize he's down and come and dog it out with you. So with Tank, he's very patient, but when he does find the right shot, he catches you and gets you out. And when he realizes that he's unable to kind of find that opportunity, then he just turns into a fight. And you got to be able to fight with that dude. And I think that's why people have kind of like started to gravitate towards Keyshawn, because they can imagine Keyshawn fighting with Tank. Not saying that they think he's going to win, but they know, like, all right, you got to have power. You got to have a little bit of athleticism. You got to be able to kind of like catch, like he did the pull counter and stuff. You got to be able to match that. And then if in case you are beating Tank in the scorecards, then it's like you're playing a video game, round 2, like they transformed, and this is the second form, which is harder than the first form because it's now a fight. Tank is going to abandon defense. He's going to rely on his chin, and he's going to test his chin with your chin, and whoever goes. He's going to high guard, and he's going to go swing to the fences. So you get Tank to that point, good job. You're officially beating him. But now, can you actually beat him? That's the part that most people can't get. That part. Beating Tank at that game. No one was able to outdog Tank to this point. They were able to outbox him, out counterpunch him, outmaneuver. But no one was able at this point to outdog him, and that's his get out of trouble card. So, I think people see that in Keyshawn, and that'd be a good fight. Tank's the small fighter, and his defense really great compared to the disadvantage of reach and height he always deals with, and he's fighting with legit fighters. Yeah, and I think Tank sets up his shots very well. Offensive fighters always set up their shots. This never happens by accident. When people look at Marquez when he knocked out Pacquiao, he's been practicing that shot for 3 fights. That was not an accident. So, yes, he's going to get hit trying to get that shot off, but offensive counter punchers will always take the risk. Big risk, high reward, and usually if they're really good at it, then you got some of the best knockout artists of all time. Like Terrence, knockout artist. Tank, knockout artist. Marquez, when he was knocking motherfuckers, knockout artist. Like, so, and it's like very flashy, one-shot, dramatic style stuff. So, they catch you in between shots or while you're coming in. Definitely love watching Tank fight. Yeah, huge Tank fan. I love watching Tank fights. Been to so many of them and they're fun. And he always gets the job done. You know what I mean? Tank mainly uses footwork. That other. Oh, hold on. Let me refresh my brain. Tank mainly uses his footwork that, other than his timing, is the best attribute. Let me process. Tank mainly uses his footwork that, other than his timing, is the best attribute. In the amateurs, he was way better boxer. A lot of KOs artists stopped being as defensive responsible as they should. Yeah, I think his footwork's solid. I think you see it in the Pitbull fight. He had good defense there. He had good footwork in the Mario Barrios. Let me see. Sorry, give me 1 second, guys. Okay. Just double checking. I hear my little son crying. My girl was got him. He's so quick too. Oh, for sure. Fast twitch muscles. Who's winning, Shakur or Keyshawn? I don't want to get into that, just only because 1, I know both. 2, they ain't gonna fight each other, and 3, it doesn't matter. Right? A hypothetical of 2 guys that won't fight each other is just, you know. Now, if they start beefing and actually fight, then we'll talk about it. But as in right now, because I understand the relationship, like, on a deeper level, I'm gonna respect it publicly. You know, I'm gonna respect it publicly. I'm not gonna really entertain it. I'm not going to probe it, throw fire into it. They spar each other. It's good sparring. But as a fight, I don't want to really put that energy out there, just because the simple fact that it's not the most desirable thing amongst fans, because I know that they feel like they're holding up the division if they had belts. But you know, they have a relationship deeper than boxing. There's a lot of great fights in the division that they could make, and they're just not gonna fight each other. I just know them very well, and yeah, just my own sentiment. But that's just, like I said, I could come from a biased perspective because I know them. So I'm a Devin fan, so I'm not on Shakur's side, but I like Shakur's personality. When he's mad, he just be saying F everyone because he knows you can't touch him. I mean, I think every fighter and every champion at a certain point has an overwhelming confidence. Like, especially when you're champion, you got to have a delusion to your craft and skill. If you don't, then don't box. Like, you have to be like almost extremely cocky and extremely like I'm trying to think, like, if there's a champion and I felt that was extremely humble, like outside for show, right? Like that's like that guy. Don't really have a relationship. I can't say I know any way like that. You know, like Canelo has like that I'm the motherfucking man energy. Crawford has that, man, what up, little guy, little dude. Like, Shakur carries around that energy. Almost everyone does, you know. But Shakur does pop off right now. He's in his, you know, almost like how Floyd was. You know what I mean? It's like I'm tired of being the little cute guy with the dimple, and everyone's like, oh, look at you, you're this nice little. Nah, it's time to turn up. So that's where he's at. So, but how long have I been streaming for? Let's see. I've been streaming for quite some time. I think I might. 140. How long have I been streaming for? Let's see. It's been about 4 hours. Okay. All right, y'all. I've been streaming for 4 hours, and I really appreciate you guys rocking with me. What I'm going to do is tomorrow we're gonna do the press conference. I think we may be able to get the audio for the press conference so we can listen to it together. So, kind of around the same time. Actually, I can give you the exact time. Let me see. Tomorrow we will be press conference will be at so tomorrow 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 Pacific is when I'm going to probably be getting ready to go live. So I'll probably put the stream up so you can put the notify me on it. And we'll do the same thing on Friday with the weigh-in around 7, and then Friday's the fight night. So we're definitely going to be partying up in here. I'll have my co-host, former boxer Jake Paul. I didn't want to fight that guy. And we'll be cooking from there. So Bailey says Tank actually said Shakur was not actually a defensive fighter because Shakur using his legs rather than upper body movement. Tank is correct. Tank can see that problem. Yeah, I mean, Shakur likes to fight in the pocket. I've seen him spar. I've seen him, yeah, at the end of the day, like, without giving too much. I think the fight really is, like, a close. Shakur right now is the closest guy. I know there's Lomachenko, but I don't know if that fight happens. Shakur is the closest guy right now to Tank. But I think when the betting lines come, I think Tank is going to be the favorite. I think Tank should probably be the favorite. But that's a fight that boxing fan needs to happen. So, and I think Shakur will be ready for that fight. They just need to build it up, and then when Shakur and Tank can happen, if it happens, then I think it'd be an exciting fight. And I don't think if you pick on either person that you would be wrong. So, but I've been talking for about 4 hours. I definitely need to get some food in my system. I really appreciate all you guys coming in here. Bailey with the super chat, as always. You've been extremely generous, and like I said, your super chat is going to be definitely used as a setup piece for what is in store. And you know, I'll even give you a shout out for that. And ultimately, at the end of the day, like, I appreciate everyone coming in. I know that this was just a Jake Paul, Mike Tyson media workout kind of commentary thing, but we broke into a whole bunch of dope ass conversation pieces and things like that. So there will be a lot of topics, a whole bunch of things. My boy Kevin, my boy Johnny is out at Texas getting a whole bunch of Jake Paul content and Mike Tyson. And really, at the end of the day, if you guys have an idea, please don't be shy. Let me know. I'm pretty much trying to create a whole ecosystem on here for online. So if Jake Paul wins that, he should go see Andre Ward next. I should pay for that. Dre would school him at this age. So I just, but hey, someone got to stop Jake Paul, right, Mike? Someone got to stop him. So, but I appreciate you, Lisa, coming in, Catman, Mike, Attorney Bailey, Andy Yemi. A lot of the people that came in here show a lot of support. Supreme, Tic Tac, L Dub, Nate. There's so many people. Coda showed a lot of love. Round one, as always. You know, throwing straight facts, boxing. There's just so many of you guys just coming in and out. And I know that's impossible to stay in a 4-hour stream, but that's pretty much going to be the norm. Appreciate the live. Just kind of expect this to be the norm. And we're going to start getting a lot of boxers. If you haven't already seen, my boy Kevin's doing a No Disrespect lives where he brings on a couple guests. And they kind of go through a whole bunch of topics. Oh, my bad. The No Hold Bars. He'll bring a guest, and so check those out. He does a good job with them. And then he also does like No Disrespect where he brings guests on. He kind of has like a hot take and just kind of debates it out. And then pretty much for me, just expect a lot of fight nights. If I'm not at the fight, we do fight commentaries. Every fight, check it out, every fight, we're going to do kind of a recap where we kind of like immediately talk about the fight afterwards the following day and the hot topics. The upsets, the loss. I have a segment on every Sunday, unless there's like a fight on a Friday. It's called The Good and Bad and Ugly, which that's pretty much what it's plain and simple. We're just going to just get right into all the good and bad stuff. And then I have a secret hidden segment that when the first one comes off is going to get the boxing world just shaking. Probably get a lot of copycats, but once you see it, it's going to be like the coolest stream ever. It's not even going to be like this. Like when you see it and hear about it, get your popcorn. I'm really excited and also thankful for the opportunity. So, but once again, thanks Mike P, man. You guys have a good night. I'm gonna end the stream right with, I don't know if you guys play Street Fighter, right? I'll give one little fun fact and then I'm gonna go out. If you guys ever played Street Fighter, let's see, Vega, Bison, and Balrog, right? So if you haven't, it's okay too. I'll give a little fun fact, right? I'm a big nerd too, so bear with me. So in Japan, since we're on the Mike Tyson, I'll give you guys a little fun fact. This in America, this was M. Bison, this was Balrog, and this was Vega, right? In Japan, this was M. Bison, Balrog, and Vega. Notice that M. Bison here and M. Bison here. In Japan, what does this sound like? M. Bison, Mike Tyson. So in Japan, they made this character right here, obviously Mike Tyson. So when all things were said and done, they didn't want to have like a lawsuit or situation. So they actually ended up changing this character to Balrog and this guy to M. Bison. But really, this was actually Mike Tyson. So in Street Fighter, yes, in Japan, this was Mike Tyson. And I will end this stream by playing Balrog's theme from Street Fighter 2 because that shit is fire. So, but little fun facts just for, trivia. If you guys want to talk about that on Friday with your boys or your girls watching the fight, if they didn't know about Street Fighter, Mike Tyson. So we're gonna end the stream with Balrog, man. That's what I started it with. I'm gonna end it with that. So appreciate it, guys.